5 o'clock is.
Hello, everybody.
Good morning, everybody.
Sam, Tim, Ray, Rooster.
Rooster, what is up?
Good morning.
Hey, everybody. My people.
Mm-hmm. Oh, God, help us all.
USA Bank.
I know. Hello.
The first U.S. stands for United States. Ah.
And we're back.
All right.
Oh, God, help us all.
Hey, EJ's here at 5:02.
I don't get it, dude. All right, then.
There he
Hey,
is.
we're on. Hope your friend is doing well, Chris.
Thank you. Who said that?
Ray Reyes.
Thank you, Ray.
I sound a little rough. I'm fine. I'm fine.
Julian, Tim, Sam.
It's not Friday yet,
Rooster.
but God, I wish it was.
Yeah, we got a long way to go to Friday. But we'll bang out the first day.
Yeah. I expect to see the man today, to be honest with you.
All right.
Because, we can't be trusted, Chris. Yeah, when was the rollover crash, man? Was that what all those people were there for today? Damn.
Did you go by it?
Well, yeah, on 37 I saw, but I thought it was road construction the way it looked. Mm. Do-do, do-do. And we're back.
Very cool, Rooster. Congratulations. 40 days and 40 nights until the big day. Very cool.
You're finally getting married, dude? That's awesome. Got to put a ring on it, man. All right, we're back. And everybody can raise a Keystone Light to them.
That is.
That's what they all drink out there, man. So, yeah. Well, they're all retired guys.
I don't know that I've ever had a Keystone.
Have you ever had
Light.
a Coors Light?
I've had a Coors Light.
It's the same thing.
Same thing. Okay.
As a matter of fact, my neighbor Victor, the guy whose brother died, bought a 12-pack one time, and there were 2 Coors Lights in it. Because apparently they ran short, so they just threw 2 Coors Light. It's the same beer.
Yeah,
it says right on the side, Coors. So yeah, it's the bottom of the barrel. No, seriously, that's how it works.
Old Milwaukee was the bottom of the barrel.
No, that's bottom of the Coors Light barrel of the vat.
Oh, I see.
It goes to Keystone.
Very nice.
Yeah.
Do you know, now I know Team USA plays tomorrow
France plays tomorrow too.
So does okay.
Yeah,
that was my question.
They lost on
Anybody
Friday
play to Germany? Yeah. Anybody play today in the final
Not basketball.
in the knockout round? No.
Not that I'm aware of, no, but I can look it up.
I tried to look it up yesterday on the ESPN site and
They suck.
could not find
because
it.
they're not carrying it, so they don't care.
Oh, is that the deal?
Yeah, they're horrible, dude. Let's go with Olympic basketball schedule.
Jacob, good morning.
Wait, the director's in here. Somebody
Andrew
said
Zimmel
something wrong.
is in here. What's my motivation? Okay, to inform the. There you go.
Yeah, what about traffic, dude? What about traffic?
Line.
Line. Oh, men, not women. No, everybody's playing tomorrow, man. Tomorrow. Got
Okay.
Germany and Greece playing
Do we have
tomorrow.
a time on Team USA and
Yes,
France?
2:30. 2:30 for Brazil, USA, France, 11 a.m.
Okay.
Yeah, I have it right here in front of me if you need it. So we'll start off, it's France and Canada, and then followed by Brazil, United States, then Germany, Greece, and then Serbia, Australia.
Okay.
Now, they're a little concerned because they have not seen Brazil yet.
They should be fine.
Yeah.
And France's side of the bracket looks a lot easier.
It does, but they shouldn't have lost that game, man.
No. But, Serbia is scary. They're on USA's side of the bracket.
Yes, they are.
USA's on. And I like that they're, on opposite. So we still have a shot.
Oh, no, there's a shot.
At the France.
But
USA.
they cannot lose another game.
No.
France cannot lose another game. And Canada is not going to be easy, and that's who they play tomorrow. Canada is like USA North, It's they're all NBAers. So yes, I watched quite a bit of Olympic coverage over the weekend, in and out. And I got a cold or
Tim
something
says,
coming on.
Our paychecks are our motivation.
Yes, they
Tim,
are.
if you could see our paychecks.
Yeah, you would realize we're not that motivated. Now, if we had Andrew Zimmel paycheck, come on. Director, producer, sports show host.
What's y'all's thoughts on the new Miss America? I have not seen the new. Do you know who the new Miss America is?
They're still doing that?
Rooster wants to know our thoughts on the new Miss America.
I didn't know they were still doing that, man. I like the Miss America by Styx, the song off of Grand Illusion. Great song, by the way.
Dennis DeYoung era.
Yes. Before,
Before they went all Hall & Oates.
Well, they just couldn't take him anymore. Yeah. And the singer they have now has been with them longer than Dennis DeYoung ever was, yeah. Yeah, Karaoke Styx, Karaoke Journey. I mean, come on. That would be my my criteria on bands that should retire. If you don't have all your original members, unless somebody has died, if somebody just left, you should retire.
Yeah, but I remember many years ago, I opened for the Drifters. And I found out that, there were like 3 different Drifters.
Oh, yeah.
Like one guy, they branched out. And so they're.
See, I don't like that.
I don't either. But, I mean, for each of those musicians, where else can you rake in that kind of money?
Well, go to a club someplace and play. Don't go on tour.
No,
Let people come to you.
They want to rake it in, man.
Yeah, I know. All about the Benjamins. Alma Cooper last night. Okay.
This is Nolan Ryan. What state is Alma Cooper from, Rooster?
If she's not from Texas, it ain't all right.
Yeah.
Oh, that's right. You're not from Texas. Okay.
Oh, my God. They're showing Ryan Seacrest commercial for Wheel of Fortune. Welcome into this beautiful day, Monday, August 5th, 2024. 14 days until the Democratic National Convention in Chicago. 33 days until Taylor Swift's boyfriend opens up the NFL season against the Baltimore Ravens. 36 days until the second presidential debate, we think. 87 days until Halloween, and 92 days until the 2024 election. What could possibly go wrong? Charity McCurdy, how are you this morning?
Oh, wait, hang on, Charity. Now, how are you this morning?
Oh, great. Fabulous. Great for a Monday morning. Got my Olympics fix over the weekend. Watched a lot of track and field.
I loved it.
Yeah, it was great.
Yeah, I don't know how that they figured out that Noah Lyle won that race. It was so close. I think it was 5/1000th of a second that he won by. And I watched the replay of it, I don't know how many times, and I still don't know who won. But they said he won.
No, it looked like he won, but barely.
Oh, man.
Barely. He was like tied almost with that guy from Jamaica.
Yeah. I mean,
it was
and
so
actually, he went and congratulated the guy from Jamaica for winning the gold before they announced that he won the gold. I mean, it was that close.
Yeah.
Crazy.
Wow.
Crazy. And of course, Olympic basketball, we move into the knockout round tomorrow. And Team USA and France on opposite sides of the bracket. I am hoping for a USA versus Wembenyama final gold medal game.
France cannot lose another game.
No, nobody can.
Knockout round. I know, that's true. Yeah, but man, France shouldn't have lost that game on Friday, man.
Yeah, those Germans.
The Germans.
Germany. It's like Marcia. Germany. Let's get this party started with traffic and weather together.
Lots of sunshine today and tomorrow and on Wednesday. Highs in the upper 90s today. 100, 101 tomorrow. 100, 101, possibly 102 on Wednesday. It is 79 degrees in Alamo Heights, 79 in Hondo, Texas, and 78 right here in Stone Oak. WOAI News Time, 5:13.
San Antonio's first news, that is Mr. T, Tim Merriman. She's Charity McCurdy. I'm Chris Duell, EJ Pacheco, and Andrew Zimmel. Flying the Millennium Falcon, doing the heavy lifting. Andrew directing our online YouTube video that you can be a part of. There is a live chat in there. Just look for 1200 WOAI on YouTube.
How was your trip over the weekend, and how's your buddy doing?
Anybody who follows me on social media, I posted about it. A high school friend, and I figured out I met him in the fall of 1974 at Holmes High School.
50 years.
It's going to be 50. Yeah, Mark Thompson. My friend Mark lives in New York State, not far from Woodstock, New York, in a town called Shokan, New York. Sadly, he has an inoperable stage 4 brain cancer. He's got tumors that continue to grow, and the doctors say it's inoperable. So I went there for the weekend, spent Saturday with Mark and his wife, Lauren, and his brother Carl, and bittersweet. What surprisingly, lots of laughs because we got 49 years of funny adventures to talk about. But very, very sad, and we're all, certainly you and I, Mr. T, we're getting at that age where our contemporaries are passing away.
Which was, you bring this up, my neighbor Victor, the brisket king of Floresville. I was at his house on Friday for a little gathering, and his brother was on hospice, and was just a matter of time. Well, he died last night. So I know that all the folks out in Hondo listening right now are going to be raising a Keystone Light to Frankie Winkler a little bit later on today, because that was their beer of choice out there.
I'm so sorry to hear that. Yeah. And Chris, so thoughtful of you, going to meet your friend while he is still conscious, awake, and appreciative of the fact that you can share these final memories together, versus going to the funeral. That's the way to do it.
Yeah, I'm just thankful for the opportunity to, have I mean, it's New York's a long way away. I found that out.
Yes, it is.
On the flights.
But it's beautiful, isn't it? Upstate New York is gorgeous.
I'd been to New York City, but he lives kind of in the Catskills.
Beautiful.
So I flew into Albany and then drove about 90 minutes to where he lives. Absolutely beautiful.
It is.
Country.
So green. It's amazing.
Yeah. Yeah. So a bittersweet weekend of lots of emotions. Yeah. So, but I thank you both for your kindness. All right. Quick break. We got a question. Did you hear about Aerosmith and what's going on with Aerosmith and the end of touring for Aerosmith and Steven Tyler? We'll talk about that. And we got a question for you along those lines. Stick around. WOAI News Time, 5:16.
And we're back.
Hey. Debbie does Florida. Thank you.
Debbie does Florida. Thank you.
Nice.
Debbie does the Gulf Coast. Oh, the jokes are there.
So when I was at the Central Park, the only Debbie I dated, she wasn't a downer. Her name was Debbie Dial, but she was the daughter of, and he was a big deal at the time, Judge Preston Dial was a big judge in town. So I had to be very, didn't want to run afoul of the judge with the way I treated his daughter. So there's that. Trying to think, was there another? That was the only Debbie I dated. But was there?
I never dated a Debbie.
I'm trying to think of other Debbies in my life.
I have a sister-in-law named Debbie.
Well, you were very funny this morning. The Little Debbie reference. Who didn't love Little Debbie?
Who didn't? I mean, come on, the cake
snacks,
rolls. The cake rolls, man. They were awesome.
God, those chocolate rolls with the white filling.
Yeah, those were awesome.
Do that with buttermilk when I was like 10 years old. That was nice. That was a treat.
Hell yeah. It was good shit. Stuff. Sorry. I'm not supposed to say that, am I?
Yeah.
Yeah, happy anniversary to your aunt and uncle, Sam. That's awesome.
Very cool. 50 years, my God.
Kemper, hello, Kemper.
Kemper, welcome in. Thank you for your kind words. And Kemper also got your note on Instagram, so thank you for that as well. So, okay, is that... Okay.
That's coming up.
Okay, so
right now it's...
Where is it right now, Paul Morales?
Yeah. Don't tell me where it's going to be. See, Monday, 4 a.m., so that's close.
Okay. And there's another one. What's that one?
Yeah, that one's... they don't know what...
B-E?
Be what? Edward?
Elwood?
Elwood would be... Or Elvis.
Jake Blues?
Elvis would be the perfect name.
Hurricane. I would drive just to... Where it made landfall just to be in Hurricane Elvis. Oh, thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
About a minute.
You know what happens when you're in Hurricane Elvis? You're all shook up.
You're nice. You're caught in a trap.
You can't hold back.
Very nice. We got to look at, has there been a Hurricane Elvis?
Never. We would
have
remembered that.
Why not? I want Hurricane Elvis. Or at least Hurricane Elwood, so we would have the blues.
Yeah, that would be good too. I wouldn't mind that. Jake and Elwood. Yeah, it'd be cool.
They're on a mission from God.
So people who, if you had tickets to see Aerosmith here in San Antonio, get your refund now.
Yeah, apparently Ticketmaster will fully refund your money. If you got it through a broker, good luck.
Good luck, everybody. Hurricane Whitesnake. Okay.
Hurricane Whitesnake. Julian Martinez. That's right. We should just start naming them after bands. Enough of these people.
Yeah.
Then you'll have a soundtrack.
Stand by.
San Antonio's first news. We will, throughout the morning, be bringing you updates on Hurricane Debbie. In fact, Weather Channel meteorologist Ray Stajic going to join us at 5:40 just about 20 minutes from now with the absolute latest. So stay tuned for that. Charity McCurdy, what stories are you tracking?
The Democratic National Committee says Vice President Kamala Harris has enough delegates to be the official party nominee for the White House. Hurricane Debbie is nearing landfall in Florida, and funeral services start today for a 20-year-old Bexar County deputy who died in a wrong-way crash last month. A lot of details coming up right now. Traffic and weather together.
It's going to be hot. Will we see any rain? We welcome in News 4 San Antonio meteorologist Jeanette Kaye. Good morning, Jeanette. Thanks, Jeanette. It is 78 degrees here in Stone Oak. WOAI News Time, 722.
San Antonio's first news, Charity McCurdy, Mr. T, Tim Merriman. I'm Chris Duell. Check us out on YouTube. Go to YouTube, look for 1200 WOAI. There's a very cool live chat in there. I see Tim from the Philippines, Rooster, Ray, Julian. Kemper is in there. Very, very cool. And others. You can chat with other viewers and with us in real time on YouTube. Big Aerosmith news over the weekend. And I found out during the break, and you would have found out as well if you're watching the YouTube live stream. Mr. T and Aerosmith go way back.
1978, December 3rd, Convention Center Arena, band called Dirty Angel opened up for him. This one sticks out in my head.
Dirty Angel.
Dirty Angel.
Okay.
And for some reason, this one sticks out. I remember the date like it was yesterday, and we were third row, had a lot to do with it. So, yeah.
How'd you get third row seats?
Camped out at, not Flipside, record store at South Park Mall to get tickets. I can't remember the name of the record store.
See, kids and Charity, before your time, because you're very, very young, if you wanted tickets to a concert and you really wanted good seats,
you camped out.
Camp out.
You camped out. Yeah.
Like overnight or what, and you would get, like Mr. T did, third row seats. Now in the era of ticket brokers and Ticketmaster, you can be right there at like 10 a.m. when tickets go on sale, and you're in
the
row
upper
47.
Yeah, the bots get to it first. Yeah. I don't have that kind of patience, though. I don't know if I could have camped out back then. And now, is that necessarily a safe thing to do? Times have changed so much.
I was 15.
Now you'd get shot.
It was perfectly safe.
Yeah.
It was a party going on in the parking lot at South Park Mall.
I remember when the Spurs advanced the year they played the Washington Bullets. Could have been 78. I remember camping because each time they advanced in the playoffs, each round, you would go camp out at the Hemisphere Arena overnight. We brought a little hibachi. We bought lounge chairs to get our Spurs tickets for the next round of the playoffs, and we wound up getting pretty good seats.
Yeah, I did that for a Spurs against Portland series. Ended up with an obstructed view ticket, but it was close.
You were in the building. So, Mr. T, what happened to Aerosmith? What happened to Steven Tyler? And what do we want to ask our listeners?
Aerosmith retired from touring because Steven Tyler won't fully recover from his vocal issues. The band says, quote, "Play our music loud now and always. Dream on. You've made our dreams come true." So if you had tickets to the one here in San Antonio coming up, they're not any good anymore.
I feel like Steven Tyler had vocal cord injury years ago.
Yeah.
I mean, not just last year. He always sounded like he was struggling.
Yeah.
Well, 50 years of screaming.
It'll do it.
Yeah. Yeah. And not to mention, they were the Toxic Twins there for a while. So I'm sure the drugs did not help.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Did not help.
So Aerosmith and Steven Tyler retiring from touring. You may still hear some studio work from them. But Charity and Mr. T, I think Mr. T, did you come up with that?
Yes.
What's your question for the people?
Well, since Aerosmith is retiring, who else should be retiring from touring?
Or in general?
In general, yeah.
You can take it touring.
You can take it any way you want to
take it anywhere. Charity, how do they let us know?
The free iHeartRadio app. You search 1200 WOAI, hit that red circle. That's the talkback button. 30 seconds. Let us know what band should hang it up for good.
And we will play your comments on the air. We do have an update coming, a live update from Weather Channel meteorologist Ray Stajic at 5:40 on the status and what to expect from Hurricane Debbie. Charity has everything you need to know at the bottom of the hour. WOAI News Time, 5:26.
And we're back.
Hey, everybody. I'm Logan Stewart with WOAI News and comments on that news. Hola a todos mis amigos.
Love it.
Thank you very much. Logan Stewart, man, I'm sure he's no longer with
it
us.
was not Flipside. It was Record Hole. I believe it was Record Hole.
I used to go to Record Hole on Babcock Road.
It was Record Hole at South Park Mall, I believe.
Babcock at Callahan. They had a Record Hole.
No, I was close to Flipside because they moved it down Military Drive. I was out while I was on my little vacation and went.
And young people will not appreciate when you go to Record
Hole, man.
Picking up a
yes,
a cassette or a CD is not the same. An album was a work of art, and the cover art was often spectacular. You flipped it over, and you would just browse and pick up the album. And
good morning, Travis.
It was amazing.
I know. It was great, man. It was great.
And you kids will never experience that.
It was the good old days.
It
was the good old days.
Exactly.
Good morning, Louie.
Louie. Such a great song.
Good morning, Travis, man. Good to see you here.
Travis, welcome. Tim.
That's right, because you were out last week, weren't you? He was out someplace. Travis was, wasn't he? I think so. Can't remember. It was last week. What do I know? Yeah, it used to be right there at Military and Commercial, but now they've moved it farther down. God, it's closer. I'm trying to remember exactly where it is, but I just saw the sign for it, and I looked, and I was there before noon, and they don't open until noon for some reason. Well, it's a record. Dayton, Ohio. There you go. That's where you were.
Wright-Patterson Air Force Base.
That's right. That's right.
And didn't the Wright brothers, where did the Wright brothers first fly?
North Carolina, South Carolina, U.S. someplace. Kitty Hawk, wasn't it?
Kitty Hawk, North Carolina.
Yep.
Thank you very much. I don't know what I was thinking about Ohio. I think at Wright-Patterson, isn't that where that's got to be at the Air and Space Museum in D.C. There's some kind of a museum at Wright-Patterson that made me think about the Wright brothers. Maybe is Wright for Wright brothers? I have no idea. And if it is, why'd you bring Patterson on board? Can't it just be Wright brothers Air Force?
Yeah, exactly.
Come on now.
I'm
just saying. I'm going to stretch in a moment. I will text people what they already know. Ray Stajic at 5:40.
Yes, sir. I think David Lee Roth should retire.
There you go.
Apparently nobody wants to answer this one.
Yeah, some of them are slow moving at this hour.
Cease ignore.
Kemper says Barry Manilow has not retired. Oh, by the way, any word on Barry Manilow tickets?
I haven't heard anything.
All right,
but I did secure dinner for our two love couple.
Thank you, Travis. Air Force Museum. I knew there was some kind of a museum there. Barry Manilow is not retired, so hope they get the tickets to us. How about not camping out, but waiting in long, long lines for Spurs championship shirts at Academy? Exactly.
Okay. Hey, you know what? There's a good one. Yes. What would you wait in line for?
That's a very good one.
In case this one doesn't go anywhere, that's where you change it to.
And Kemper and most people in here have heard me tell the story Mr. T has in that 2013 NBA Finals.
Oh, God.
I'm doing the Spurs thing. I was going to do post-game. And when the Spurs were up before Ray Allen hits the three-point shot, the sales person walks in. Laura Garza hands me the Academy. It's a sheet of paper and says, all right, once the game ends, read this. And it said, Spurs championship T-shirts and hats will go on sale at Academy at midnight. All stores will open in the San Antonio area, blah, blah, blah. And
it's her fault, by the way.
As we know, I never got to read that on the air. And standing there watching Ray Allen hit that shot and overtime unfold and the Spurs lose Game 6 was Laura Garza and Mr. T's all-time favorite boss, Peter Bolger. Peter Bolger.
Actually, he's up my list now. he's bumped up one.
Him,
I do.
Suddenly you miss him.
I do miss him. I'm glad you brought that up, but I do miss him. We can let him listen to Charity because I'm going to go outside.
I'm going to go out.
We'll be back. Here comes Charity. You won't be able to see her for some reason. I don't know what's going on with that.
But you'll see some great WOAI logos.
Yeah, the logos are beautiful.
Enjoy the logo.
5:31 is our time. San Antonio's first news. Good Monday morning. I'm Charity McCurdy. Among our top stories, tomorrow marks exactly 3 months until Election Day, and Florida is getting ready for Hurricane Debbie. Details coming up. First, traffic and weather together every 10 minutes in mornings. Your Weather Channel forecast for this Monday: partly cloudy and hot, a high in the upper 90s. Tonight's low near 77. Right now, 80 degrees. Vice President Kamala Harris has secured enough votes from delegates to become her party's nominee for president. Fox's Jared Halpern has more on Decision 2024.
Virtual roll call voting for Democratic delegates ends today, but Vice President Kamala Harris crossed the needed threshold last week, securing enough delegate support on Friday. The online voting caps a chaotic few weeks after President Biden abruptly ended his re-election bid and endorsed his vice president. A ceremonial vote for Harris is still expected later this month at the Democratic convention in Chicago. No other major candidate challenged her after the president's departure from the race. Democratic leaders long planned to finalize a nominee before August 7th, they say, to ensure they comply with ballot access deadlines in every state. In Washington, Jared Halpern, Fox News.
Speaking to supporters at a rally in Atlanta, Georgia, former President Trump teased a potential debate hosted by Fox News on September 4th and urged Vice President Kamala Harris to join.
You know, we're doing one with Fox if she shows up. I don't think she's going to show up. She can't talk. She can read a teleprompter. I'd give her about a 6 on a scale of 10.
Trump said in a Truth Social post on Friday that he accepted a September 4th Fox News debate against Harris and that he will not be attending the ABC News debate that he and President Biden previously agreed to for September 10th. Hurricane Debbie is nearing landfall in Florida. The National Hurricane Center at the latest update reports the Category 1 storm is about 70 miles southeast of Tallahassee with maximum sustained winds of 80 miles per hour. Debbie is expected to come ashore in the state's Big Bend area. The storm is forecast to bring potentially historic rainfall across southeast Georgia and South Carolina through Friday. Well, the White House is preparing for a regional expansion of the conflict between Israel and Hamas in the Middle East. Fox's Ashley Strohmeyer has the latest.
President Biden is set to meet with his national security team at the White House. It's to discuss the latest developments out of the Middle East. Right now, Israel is bracing for possible retaliatory attacks by Iran and its proxies after top Hamas and Hezbollah leaders were assassinated last week. Their deaths are stoking fears of a wider regional war. U.S. officials believe the attacks could happen in the next 24 to 48 hours. The Biden administration is working with Middle East leaders in hopes of easing those tensions.
Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu says his nation is already in a multi-front war with Iran and its proxies. Texas Senator Ted Cruz is pushing his proposed legislation called the Justice for Jocelyn Act. Cruz says the legislation is named after 12-year-old Jocelyn Nungary, who 2 illegal Venezuelan migrants are accused of sexually assaulting and murdering.
It mandates that as long as there are beds that are available and detention facilities that are available, they must keep them there, and they must do every means necessary to ensure they keep them there.
Senator Cruz adds the legislation would require law enforcement to monitor any migrants released back into the community with an ankle bracelet 24/7. Officials are investigating the cause of a house fire that took place over the weekend and the cause of death of a person whose body was found in the home. The San Antonio Fire Department responded around 3:30 Saturday afternoon to the blaze on South Smith Street. The fire turned out to be a burning mattress, but fire crews found a dead person inside the home. And Houston investigators are looking into a condo fire that killed 3 people early yesterday.
We do have, as I mentioned, the 3 fatalities. And right now, our Houston Arson Bureau, along with HPD, are doing the investigation. And right now, it's all in preliminary stage.
And Houston Fire Chief Tom Munoz says the 3 killed were juveniles, all sisters, ages 8, 12, and 15. It is 5:37 now with breaking crime news from around the country. Here's Nancy Grace. Traffic and weather together in a minute, but first, a check of your money and the world of business. We say good morning to Ed Corey live at the Bloomberg News Desk. All right, thanks, Ed. News at the top and bottom of every hour, along with breaking news as it happens. I'm Charity McCurdy. Here's traffic and weather.
San Antonio's first news. He's Mr. T, Tim Merriman. She is Charity McCurdy. I'm Chris Duell. We are your weather station, and we do have amazing weather resources, including Weather Channel meteorologist Ray Stajic, who joins us right now. Ray, Hurricane Debbie nearing landfall in Florida. What's the latest?
Yeah, storm's actually slowed down a bit, and now we're waiting. It's pretty close, if not about to be here, right on the Big Bend of Florida, which is just to the northwest. It looks like of Horseshoe Bend here, and it's Dixie County. If anybody knows the area, looks like that's where it's going to be pretty close to. But either way, widespread impacts maybe for the next week or so, because it's not only going to slow down, it may stall, it may even venture on off toward the west, and there's going to be catastrophic storm surge here. Don't even want to concentrate on it, that it's only a Cat 1. I don't like people using that language because a water rise 6 to 10 feet in some spots in the Big Bend, even around Tampa Bay. Not that it'll be terrible, but there will be some water coming in. Heavy rainfall, severe weather, all the elements, and some of this rain as you get into southeast Georgia and the eastern parts of South Carolina, maybe North Carolina, could exceed 1 to 2 feet in spots, and a high risk of significant and maybe historic flooding in some spots.
And Ray, what's the specific track for Debbie? I understand it could do a few loops before it completely loses steam.
Well, it depends on the guidance. Some of the guidance has gone, a little haywire, and we've seen some of the tracks that may kind of loop it around and back toward the west. But right now, the Hurricane Center's thinking is that slowly moves and weakens as we go through today, tomorrow, and Wednesday to a tropical storm as it sits back out over the open waters of the western Atlantic off the Georgia-Carolina coast, and then kind of sits in that area for multiple days. And by Saturday morning, 2 a.m., they don't have the center past central North Carolina as a tropical depression. So we're talking 5-6 days from now. And from there, they've still got this kind of big globe in there, well, what's supposed to be a cone, but in this situation, it's just been so erratic to what the track does and the slow movement that cone and that northern fringe of the cone goes all the way up to Washington, D.C. and just south of Baltimore. Last night's run of the European model actually took low pressure all the way up the East Coast and potentially impacting some cities in the I-95 corridor. That's not the forecast right now, but they're all tricky ones, but this one in particular has been extremely tricky, especially in the longer range.
Yeah, we're looking at some catastrophic rainfall. And remind people why we don't want to hear it's just a Category 1.
Well, case in point, 150,000 without power. Every storm is different. A Category 1 with 80, 85 mile per hour winds is slowing down and still driving water into homes and businesses on the Big Bend area. So a 6 to 10 foot water rise is fairly significant, and some of those totals could be higher. There's a severe weather element too, and I think over the years past, people kind of said, well, it's only a Category 1. Well, in some cases, and especially in this case with the slow movement, it just means Category 1 strength, not only winds, but storm surge continuing for multiple hours rather than a system that would be moving a little bit quicker, that would be more progressive, and you only have, maybe a few hours of sustained storm surge before the water starts to retreat.
And Ray, we saw a whiteout satellite view of North America. It looks like there's another storm system forming that could be, headed toward the Gulf of Mexico. Are you familiar with that one?
Right now, don't see anything eminent in the lower 48. Let me check the latest, on the 7-day. Yeah, there is a disturbance that the Hurricane Center has sitting out off the islands there, located near the Leeward Islands. 10% chance of 48 hours and 30% chance that it goes further south and where Debbie went, maybe into the southern Gulf in 7 days. That looks like it's a weaker system, which still probably not be until next week, if there is anything developing there that we may have to look at.
Well, okay, we'll keep our focus on Hurricane Debbie in that case. Our thanks to Weather Channel meteorologist Ray Stajic. Coming up, we go back in time with Flashback, and we'll try to figure out what year we land in. You can try to figure it out as well. Then your talkbacks coming up before the top of the hour as well. WOAI News Time, 5:45.
And we're back.
Woo! Woohoo!
And I think, first we send them to the people we know.
Frankie came in here. Hello, Frankie.
Hello, Frankie.
Jim Ross, welcome in. Let's see. I see Jim. Bob Beavers.
The Bob Beavers?
Bob says, I remember waiting in the late 80s for James Taylor at SeaWorld.
Wow.
My wife and I got to the park as soon as it opened. Front row seats. Beautiful. I'm a James Taylor mega fan.
James Taylor.
Saw him, I think most recently at the Toyota Center. Opener was Jackson Brown.
Oh, man.
Tremendous. Yeah, if James Taylor's ever in the area, I go see him.
Definitely.
Big fan.
And he's just very entertaining and very polite and very funny.
And very acerbic.
And he's funny as hell, man.
Someone will yell something at him and he'll have something right back at him. He's so good. Oh. Bob Beavers has seen James Taylor 3 times. Excellent, sir.
I've seen him at least that, yeah.
I've seen it, yeah. I can't even.
I can't.
Multiple times at Verizon Wireless.
Yeah, I saw him at least twice at Verizon,
Houston,
once at the Majestic.
Saw him when I lived in L.A. Oh, I saw him at the Majestic. I've told you this. What was so cool, they do an intermission. James Taylor sits on the stage, doesn't go backstage, signs autographs, talks to the people, during the whole intermission.
Our buddy Joe that does all our pools went to go see Donny Osmond Thursday night at the Tobin Center.
Wow.
And how many albums do you think Donny Osmond has out?
Since you're asking, since you asked the question, I'm assuming it's a lot. But if I would have just guessed without you asking, I would have said 12.
65.
65.
And at one point in the concert,
God bless him, but 65 Donny Osmond albums.
See, and I can only remember 2 or 3.
40 too many.
Well, and at one point in the concert, he's got these video screens and he puts up the covers of all 65 albums, and people would call out one of the albums and he would do a song from one of the albums.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's pretty wild.
And as a matter of fact, he got stumped a little bit. He goes, wow, that's one we really didn't think about. And there was a lady there that was, it was her birthday, and he came out in the audience and sang to her, and then took her phone. Joe's got a picture of her. Took her phone and is singing into her phone while he's standing next to her. What a guy!
That's cool.
Yeah.
And Jim Ross says, "Sorry for my homosexual comments, guys.
Stand by.
I missed them somehow.
I did too, man. I'll look for him.
Not that there's anything wrong with that.
I'll look for him though."
Now, what was the name of our CFR guy?
Oh, Justin.
Justin.
Yeah, he likes us.
Yeah. It's been so long, I forgot his name.
I know. All right. Stand by.
We jump into the DeLorean, activate the flux capacitor, accelerate to 88 miles per hour, and we are going back in time. But what year will we land in? Let's play Flashback. Oh, come on.
Ooh.
Now, Mr. T, I know you used to dance to the music of Chic at Hallelujah Hollywood.
1979, Chris.
79. There we go. Charity, do you agree?
Yeah, it's a good year.
Let's go for 79. Mr. T knows his Chic. I'm just saying.
I do.
Very nice. Charity McCurdy, what stories are you following?
Hurricane Debbie is about to make landfall in Florida in the state's Big Bend area. Former President Trump says he'll do a September Fox News debate with VP Kamala Harris, but not the original ABC News debate. And a San Antonio woman has been arrested in D.C. for threatening former President Trump. All of the very latest coming up right now, traffic and weather together.
Sunny and hot today, tomorrow, and on Wednesday. Today, upper 90s, near 100. Tomorrow, 101. Wednesday, 101, 102, possibly 103. Yeah, that's your highs right there. I'm sorry. Leon Valley, 79 degrees, 79 in Bernie, 78 right here in Stone Oak. WOAI News Time, 5:52.
San Antonio's first news, Charity McCurdy, Mr. T, Tim Merriman, Charlie Parker. With those were the days at 6:48. I'm Chris Duell, EJ Pacheco, Andrew Zimmel making the show go. And Andrew taking care of our YouTube stream. Join us on YouTube. Look for 1200 WOAI. Well, Charity, we have been asking the people, inspired by Steven Tyler, into a forced retirement along with Aerosmith from touring because of his vocal cord issues. And our question this morning, who else should retire? We're saying in the music business, but you can expand it if you so choose. Charity, how do they tell us?
The free iHeartRadio app. You just search 1200 WOAI, hit that red circle. That's the talkback button. 30 seconds once you hit it. Let us know what band should hang it up for good.
Yeah, well, it wouldn't be this, we couldn't do this without our favorite school teacher in Lytle. So let's go check him out.
Hey guys, Steven from Lytle. My guys have been dead for over 100 years because I'm a classical guy, so they quit touring a long time ago. But the best band I know is called Duvet. They're a cover band. What's the name of a band that has 4 guys that don't sing? Mount Rushmore. My friend said he was going to hit me with the neck of his guitar. I looked at him and said, "Is that a fret? Y'all have a rockin' Monday."
There is that a fret. Very nice.
Did you guys get the duvet joke? Did you get that?
I didn't get it. It went over my head.
A duvet is like a comforter, a cover on the bed.
Yeah.
So
it's a cover band.
It's a cover band.
Wow. Thank you.
There was no laughs, so I was.
It's because Charity, guys don't know what duvets are.
It's like a guy knowing what a bidet is. It's like, we don't use that.
Ew.
Or most of us don't use that.
Excuse me?
Reconsider, please.
Yeah, I'm just saying.
All right, here's Kemper.
Good morning and happy Monday. You asked about performers that should retire. I guess the older I get, the more I appreciate senior, so to speak, musicians or performers that keep living the dream. Willie Nelson, Tanya Tucker. I've seen them both in the last 5 years. Not their best performances, but just so cool to keep doing what you love at that age.
Okay.
I'm with her. It's like I often talk about the Rolling Stones, and Mr. T's a Stones freak. He's got the tattoo to prove it.
Yes, I do.
When I see the Rolling Stones and Keith Richards and Mick Jagger still doing it, it gives me hope. They're redefining old age for those of us who are becoming old.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It comes down to, are they still putting on an awesome performance that their fans love?
Amen.
Or is it awkward?
Yeah. Do you feel bad for him? Like when Ozzy, towards the end of his career, before he actually hung it up, there were times I saw him at the Ozfest where I felt kind of sorry for him when the Parkinson's was shaking. He wasn't moving like the Ozzy I remember.
And I think of Phil Collins, in that wheelchair towards the end. Yeah, that was tough.
Yeah, that is tough.
And just to bring up one more name, and he's coming to San Antonio, and Kemper's going on August 15th. Barry Manilow.
Mm-hmm.
He still puts on a great show.
So there you go.
And I love it. I love every second of it.
All right, we got time for Rooster.
Hey, good morning, Chris, Tim, and Charity. Hey, it's Rooster. Well, I can't tell you who I think should stop touring. I mean, I know a few, but I don't think we care to hear about that. I'll tell you who I'd like to see more of would be the lovely Dolly Parton. Yeah, I would like to see some of her live entertainment, and that's what I call entertainment. You guys have a great one, Rooster.
Isn't Rooster getting married soon?
Rooster, Charity told us in the chat on YouTube this morning, he's getting married in 40 days.
40
How
days.
Exciting. Congratulations.
Yeah, I'm just wondering, should we expect our invitations? Are they coming to the station? How's he going to do it? Is he going to do it on a talk back? How is he going to invite us? Because I'm just wondering.
I'm assuming it'll be open bar, Rooster?
Yeah, I'm hoping.
Yeah. Don't make us be wedding crashers.
Don't make us be wedding crashers. Now, and we can also add to this, who would you stand in line, or what would you stand in line for? Because I remember I camped out for concert tickets back in the day for Aerosmith and other bands.
Yes.
And, there's a few things I would actually stand in line for, but
as a Beatles freak, and I wish John Lennon and George Harrison were still here, I would stand in line for either Paul McCartney tickets or Ringo Starr tickets because they were Beatles. I saw Ringo in Vegas about a year ago. Charity, who or what would you stand in line for?
Well, I would get on a plane for and spend a lot of money for Arcade Fire, which I'm doing next month.
I've heard that. Yes.
What's the date of that concert at Red Rocks?
It's September 15th, the
Nice.
16th,
Cool.
16th, I think it is. Yes.
Cool.
So yeah, I mean, this is such a big deal.
That's
in my
almost like
household.
standing in line.
It is.
Mr. T?
Who would I stand in line
Yes.
for? Man, in this day and time, I've stood in line for the Rolling Stones many times, so I would do it again.
Do it again.
Yeah.
Keep on keeping on. Lots more coming up. The clock is ticking. Kamala Harris will make this announcement by tomorrow, maybe today. We'll talk a bit about the finalists, who will get the rose from Kamala Harris. We'll talk about that coming up. WOAI News Time, 5:57.
And we're back.
Hey, everybody.
I got to go look for the...
I'm Sonny Melendrez for Magic 105.3.
Comments.
1 hour down.
John Mayer, huh? Okay.
But I will be
Bob
back.
Beavers is our Bob from Bob and Cindy.
Oh, wow. Okay, Bob, we didn't realize that.
Yeah, just realized that.
All right, Bob, Mr. T has
I've
secured you dinner.
Yeah.
And we're still working on the tickets, for the love of God.
Yeah, but I have secured dinner for you guys at Tiago's Grill. I will send them to you. You'll probably get a call from me, Bob, and I will send you or need your address. I think I might have it, but I'll call you and let you know what I'm going to do. All right? What up? Yeah.
It's 6 o'clock is our time. San Antonio's first news. Good Monday morning. I'm Charity McCurdy. Among our top stories, VP Kamala Harris formally secures the Democratic presidential nomination, and Hurricane Debby is nearing landfall in Florida. Details coming up. First, traffic and weather together every 10 minutes in mornings. Your Weather Channel forecast for this Monday: partly cloudy and hot, a high in the upper 90s. Tonight's low near 77. Right now, 80 degrees. Well, tomorrow marks exactly 3 months until Election Day, and before the weekend, Vice President Kamala Harris gained enough delegates to clinch the presidential nomination. Fox's Jessica Rosenthal has more on Decision 2024.
Ahead of the weekend, while electronic roll call voting was happening, the DNC announced Vice President Kamala Harris received enough votes to become the nominee. She said in a statement Friday she would officially accept the nomination this week. Harris held a large rally in Atlanta last week.
So, Georgia, in the next 98 days, we have our work cut out for us. and this is not going to be easy.
Former President Trump heads into the home stretch with a campaign that had to pivot. This was him in Harrisburg last week.
And we're not going to let her do to Pennsylvania what she did to California. She destroyed San Francisco.
The Harris campaign raised an astonishing $310 million in the month of July. Jessica Rosenthal, Fox News.
Meantime, it's a big week and a new look for Harris's presidential campaign. Here's Fox's Ryan Schmelz.
After Vice President Kamala Harris announces her official running mate, the two are set to take the stage in Philadelphia this week. They'll then go on a campaign blitz through a number of battleground states with a little more than 90 days until Election Day. The blitz comes after a major fundraising haul that saw the vice president raise over $300 million for the month of July. Former President Donald Trump will hold a rally in Montana this week, where he's hoping to help Tim Sheehy in his race to unseat Democratic Senator John Tester. In Washington, Ryan Schmelz, Fox News.
A San Antonio woman is in custody in Washington, D.C. after she reportedly made threats against former President Trump. The Metropolitan Police Department arrested 41-year-old Christina Montoya on Friday. In addition to making threats against Trump, Montoya was also charged with possessing an unregistered firearm and carrying a pistol without a license. Well, Israel is bracing for a military strike from Iran following last week's killing of two terrorist masterminds. Here's Fox's Trey Yingst.
The Wall Street Journal does report that Iran told U.S. and Arab diplomats that it didn't care if its counterstrike started a war. Jordan's foreign minister was in Iran yesterday for a meeting, and President Biden is scheduled to speak with Jordanian King Abdullah II. But there has been very little public Iranian interaction with those trying to avert a crisis. With this in mind, Israel is taking steps to prepare for prolonged conflict, as reports indicate the initial Iranian response could come in waves and include extensive missile and drone attacks.
And Hurricane Debbie is landing its first blows upon the Sunshine State as it's just made landfall. Here's Fox Weather's Robert Ray.
Everybody watching here from Perry, Florida on the Big Bend, otherwise known as the Nature Coast here in Florida, as Hurricane Debbie, and yes, it's a hurricane now, turned into that last night about 8 p.m. Eastern, is almost going to make its way onto shore just to the west of where we're at. We could get the very disorganized center of this coming right over us. Very heavy rain, up to a foot will fall here, and some of the winds gusts could be up to hurricane force.
And again, Debbie just made landfall in the state Big Bend area. Over 150,000 people in Florida are without power, and Debbie reportedly caused thousands of flight cancellations and delays nationwide yesterday, including about 200 canceled flights in Texas. CenterPoint Energy's announced they will not be seeking a rate hike to cover costs from Hurricane Beryl. Earlier this week, the company told lawmakers they would be requesting a rate hike before the Public Utilities Commission, but CenterPoint now says they are withdrawing that request in an effort to rebuild trust with the community. It comes off of rebuke from Governor Abbott, where he called their new severe weather preparations inadequate. Well, the Bexar County Sheriff's Office is saying goodbye today to one of its own.
Funeral services begin today for a 20-year-old Bexar County Sheriff's deputy who died in a wrong-way crash July 21st. A pickup truck crashed head-on into Deputy Meredith Portillo's Ford Mustang on I-37. The pickup driver died at the scene, as did two of Portillo's passengers. A public viewing in Rosary is today from 4 p.m. to 8 p.m. at Mission Park Funeral Chapel South. Portillo's memorial service is tomorrow at 10 a.m. at Cornerstone Church. Portillo had been assigned to the Detention Bureau. Eric Lycom, News Radio 1200 WOAI.
The city of El Paso marked the 5th anniversary of the El Paso Walmart mass shooting over the weekend. The city held a day of remembrance and unveiled a new mural honoring the 23 people who died on August 3rd of 2019. Well, controversy continues to surround boxing at the Paris Olympics as athletes who have previously failed gender tests compete. Here's Fox's Christina Coleman.
Taiwanese boxer Lin Yuting, a two-time Olympian, defeated her opponent from
Pigeon Forge is
Bulgaria
pretty cool.
in the quarterfinals. The fight went on despite protests over Algerian boxer Iman Khalif and Lin Yuting's participation in women's boxing at the Olympic Games. The International Boxing Association disqualified both of them during its 2023 World Championships. The IBA said the two women failed gender eligibility tests. The IBA did not release specific details on how the women failed the tests. Also, last year, the International Olympic Committee stripped the IBA from its power to run Olympic boxing over finance and management issues.
IOC officials defended the boxers and criticized the International Boxing Association's process for gender testing. It is 6:06, news at the top and bottom of every hour, along with breaking news as it happens. I'm Charity McCurdy. Traffic and weather coming up.
Bob, I saw that one in the Alamo Dome and also in the AT&T Center. That was great. Face-to-face piano, what was it? That's what it was called, the face-to-face tour. But yeah, it was great. Yes, I've waited in line at Nyosa for chicken on a stick. Trust me.
San Antonio's first news, Mr. T, Tim Merriman, Charity McCurdy, Charlie Parker with Those Were the Days at 6:48. I'm Chris Duell, and who will get the final rose in the rose ceremony that should be just hours away, as Vice President Kamala Harris seems to have narrowed it down to 3 bachelors, sort of. They're not bachelors. I guess they're all married. I think they are.
I really think they are. Yeah.
They're VP bachelors in a weird. I still think it would be so good. Andrew Zimmel brought this up this morning. It should be a rose ceremony. I think any big choice should be a rose ceremony.
Or they could go, "You are the weakest link. Goodbye."
Yes, you are the. Yes, that's it. Or vote them off the island. Yes.
And this is all because we're talking about a woman here, right? That's why there should be roses involved.
No.
Okay.
I saw The Bachelor. The Bachelor would give a rose to women, and the Bachelorette gives roses. No, I wasn't gender.
Okay. No, I was just curious if the same would apply if we were talking all men, because men like flowers. Some do.
When LeBron James, when LeBron James went to Miami from the Cleveland Cavaliers, I was hoping for a rose ceremony there with
that would have been cool.
Instead of the Jim Gray sit down, I'm taking my services to South Beach. Just line up every general manager and give that final rose.
That's the way to do it.
I'm into rose ceremonies. We got to bring those back.
Are you dealing with something I'm not familiar with, a rose ceremony?
Well, like Star Wars, you've probably never seen The Bachelor or The Bachelorette.
Shots fired.
I do not watch reality TV unless it has an NFL, MLB, or something in front of it like that.
You're missing out on Big Brother and Julie Chen. I'm just saying. Quick break, and we will tell you who is eligible for the final rose. But first, let's get you caught up on traffic and weather together.
Lots of sunshine today, tomorrow, and Wednesday. Highs today in the upper 90s, near 100. Highs tomorrow, 100, 101. Highs Wednesday, 101, 102, possibly 103. It is 79 degrees at the Pearl, 79 in China Grove, and 78 right here in Stone Oak. WOAI News Time, 612.
San Antonio's first news. And then there were three: Governor Josh Shapiro of Pennsylvania, Senator Mark Kelly of Arizona. And over the weekend, a lot more heat, apparently, and a lot more talk about Governor Tim Walz of Minnesota. Now, here's what for like 2 weeks, Charity, we've known the big reveal was going to be in Philadelphia, in Pennsylvania, and we're now hearing that Kamala Harris would like to keep the announcement under wraps until they walk out onto that stage in Philadelphia. My question is, if it's not Josh Shapiro, and he's the governor of Pennsylvania, won't that crowd in Philadelphia be a little crestfallen if it's Senator Mark Kelly of Arizona or Governor Tim Walz of Minnesota, since the big reveals in Philly?
I agree. I think all signs point to the Pennsylvania's governor, and especially with that kind of cryptic tweet or X post over the weekend from Arizona Senator Mark Kelly, it sparked some confusion because he posted that my background is a bit different than most politicians. I spent my life serving in the Navy and at NASA, where the mission always comes first. Now my mission is serving Arizonans. And then he deleted that tweet. So it's kind of confusing. So it makes you think he didn't make the final cut.
Sure does.
If she does this in Philadelphia, in Pennsylvania, and especially in Philadelphia, and does not pick Josh Shapiro, does she not remember what happened in the Veterans Stadium? They booed Santa Claus.
Yes, they did.
They go nuts.
Yeah.
You don't want to do that.
Philly fans are
lethal.
They're lethal. They're mean.
They're downright
obnoxious.
rude.
And we were talking about this before the show, Charity, and Governor Tim Walz of Minnesota. First of all, we talk about the news every day. We're fairly savvy when it comes to public figures and lawmakers. Tim Walz, I'm barely at all aware of. He's certainly not on my radar. Therefore, not the rest of the country. And he kind of looks older. I think part of the beauty for the Democrats of Kamala Harris is they can now say, hey, we're going young against Donald Trump. But if you've got, grandpa as your running mate, is that a good idea?
Yeah, that's why I think it's got to be Josh Shapiro. I mean, he's, I think, 51 years old and Kamala is 59, I believe. So if you're trying to attract that younger voter, I think that'd be the way to do it.
It's the only way to do it. It really is. You think about it. You can't go into Philadelphia and not take the governor of Pennsylvania.
Yet, for a vice presidential debate, if I were a strategist, Mark Kelly, being a former astronaut, is just, he evokes feelings of Buzz Aldrin for me. I think Mark Kelly in a debate against J.D. Vance, I think could be a bigger contrast than Josh Shapiro of Pennsylvania or Tim Walz of Minnesota. But nobody asks me what I think they should do in making this election.
It would be a patriotic choice. It would be
kind of cool.
Mm-hmm.
Be kind of cool. All right. Coming up, lots more to talk about. And we'll also take another look. Apparently, Hurricane Debbie has made landfall in Florida. We'll talk about the latest with Hurricane Debbie and a lot more. WOAI News Time is 6:16. You want to do it ahead of headlines, traffic, and weather? Or
We could do that.
Which do you prefer?
Let's do it before headlines.
Okay.
And we're back.
All right. Steve Duraco in here, you told me. I had to look away from the stream.
Oh, watch out. Andrew walked in.
Steve Duraco, tomorrow, board meeting of the San Antonio Polar Bear Club. Be there. Aloha. What's happening? Oh, just because I said rose ceremony. And then I'm being accused of misogyny.
Accused? What do you mean accused? You are.
Thank you. Just for you and for our listeners, I once worked, and Steve Duraco knows this, with a guy named Chuck Booms.
I remember Chucky.
And our
Chucky
boss,
yeah,
the beloved gorilla, the late great Andrew
Ashwood,
Ashwood,
going into the San Antonio Radio Hall of Fame this Sunday.
Yes. So Andrew was known to open the door during a commercial and say, "Hey, why don't you try this?" Or why did you?
Yeah.
What were you going
thinking
for?
there?
What were you thinking? So first day of Duel and Booms was the name of the show. First day, first hour after one segment, Andrew comes in and he goes, "Hey, why don't you guys talk a little more about Clinton or something?" And Chuck Booms goes, "Don't you ever come in my studio during my show." He's saying this to the guy who just hired him, who knew everything about radio. He had forgotten more than Chuck Booms would ever know about radio. And that was the beginning of the Chuck Booms era, the very short-lived Chuck
it did
Booms
not
era.
last long, and thank God for that.
There was a post-show meeting that even got more insane that I'll talk about maybe someday off the air.
He was a piece of work, man.
He was unbelievable.
Chucky Booms.
He was, we'd be on the air and he goes, "I love San Antonio, the Alamo, Military City, USA. I love it." We go to commercial, he goes, "I hate this effing place. These stupid," oh yeah,
he was
blatantly.
Well, he had a chemical imbalance.
Blatantly
self-inflicted, by the way.
A liar and a hypocrite.
Yeah. He was just a piece of work, man.
Yeah.
I mean, Chuck, Kylie and Booms was okay.
I enjoyed it as a listener, and I thought,
so did I.
Yeah.
And then when he came here, I'm like, that can't be the same guy.
Yeah. He was unreal.
He was a piece of work. All right, I got Kemper ready to go.
I did not serve in Vietnam, but I worked with Chuck Booms. So I have PTSD.
And I have some Olympic audio we'll discuss during the news.
Okay, so we're going to go to the Kemper.
I've got it ready right now. It's
here.
short, man. It's only 28 seconds. Yeah, we can get it done. Because it's funny. And it's right along the rose ceremony and, us being misogynistic,
Just ahead of headlines, traffic, and weather together, we'll bring you the latest on Hurricane Debbie, what we know in just a moment. But Mr. T, we're taking talkbacks, and as always, you can either answer whatever the talkback topic is, or you can take it somewhere else.
Kind of like Kemper just did.
I had to call in when Chris made the final rose reference to Kamala selecting her VP. I thought of every reality show, starting with The Apprentice, Survivor, Hunger Games. This election this year has been such a reality show in a way none of us would have ever seen coming or even desired. Have a great day, you guys.
Wow. Charity, that's so true. An assassination attempt that sadly did take a life. And Biden saying, "I won't run." Those were two huge headlines that happened within 6 days of each other.
And let's just not let this end with a cliffhanger.
Please,
I can't handle it. I can't.
Yeah, please, no cliffhanger. Charity McCurdy, what other stories are you following?
Hurricane Debbie has made landfall in Florida as a Category 1 storm. VP Kamala Harris has been holding meetings with 3 candidates to be a running mate and is expected to announce it tomorrow. And stock futures are way down ahead of the open bell on Wall Street. Well, the latest coming up right now, traffic and weather together.
Sunny skies today, tomorrow, Wednesday. Hot all 3 days. Upper 90s, near 100 today. 100, 101 tomorrow. 101, 102 on Wednesday. 79 degrees in Leon Valley. 79 at Randolph Air Force Base. And 78 right here in Stone Oak. WOAI News Time 623.
San Antonio's first news, as Charity just reported. Hurricane Debbie has made landfall as a Category 1 storm in the Florida Big Bend area. Now, we spoke with Weather Channel meteorologist Ray Stajic just a few minutes ago, and he mentioned that Debbie is forecast now to slow considerably after landfall and could unleash historic rainfall in Georgia and South Carolina for the next few days. This could go 5 days. This could go longer. So don't go to sleep on Debbie now that Debbie has made landfall. There's still a lot that can go on.
Yeah, she's a big threat because she's so slow moving. So we're talking about record-setting rainfall, catastrophic flooding, and life-threatening storm surge. But keep in mind the Big Bend region, which is northern Florida, just north of Tampa, was also hit last year by Hurricane Idalia, and that was a Category 3 hurricane. So you know how it is following a hurricane. It takes years to recover from catastrophic hurricanes. So this is going to unfortunately come way too soon for this region.
And right now, more than 100,000 homes and businesses already without power across Florida as Debbie's, taking landfall and just doing what hurricanes do.
Debbie does Florida. And Ray Stajic made a very interesting point a few minutes ago when he spoke with us, Ray, the meteorologist from the Weather Channel. And I especially we in the media, but I think consumers of media and consumers of weather information, so often now when a storm is a Category 1 or even a 2, we go, it's the Cat 5s that are your big ones. I think people don't fully grasp how deadly and devastating a Category 1 hurricane can be.
That's why you have to heed the advice of local officials when they tell you to be prepared for the storm, regardless. Even if it's a tropical storm, if it's a slow-moving storm, it's going to cause a lot of damage in terms of rainfall and flooding.
Yeah, Category 1 just means that the winds are not moving that fast. It has nothing to do with the storm surge or the rainfall. And as Charity keeps mentioning, the slow-moving, if you got rainfall in a slow-moving storm, you're talking catastrophic floods.
Yeah, could be a lot more catastrophic while it's slow moving and drenching and flooding an area than a higher category storm that is moving quickly
flying through,
across a region. Charity has everything you need to know on this Monday morning at the bottom of the hour. Then we'll talk a little Olympics. Tomorrow's a big day if we're going to have the Team USA versus Victor Wembanyama gold medal game down the line. The knockout round of the men's basketball is coming up beginning tomorrow. We'll dive into that and a whole lot more. WOAI News Time, 626. No, I'll write him back.
Hello.
Rooster, we saw what you wrote us. Your wedding's on the 14th. I am in Port Aransas.
I'll be there.
I'm there the 8th through the 15th. And actually, my wife moved Port Aransas to Eugene, Oregon. I'm actually.
Oh, that's right.
My vacation was going to be in Port A from the 8th through the 5th. Now it's moving to Eugene, Oregon. So
cool.
I will lift a beer in your honor on the 14th from Eugene, Oregon, Rooster.
What was going on in Schulenburg, Sleepy? I love Schulenburg.
I missed Frank's restaurant in Schulenburg.
I loved Frank's, man.
It was like midpoint to Houston.
It was. We used to stop there because my grandmother lived in East Texas, so we would go that way, and we'd stop there every freaking time, man. Actually, John Conley was sitting at a table right next to us one time. And full circle, I live on John Conley's ranch now. Yeah.
Wow.
The National Party of Texas. Cool.
Steve Duraco with 15. He has not had alcohol in 15 days. Steve
What
Duraco
is wrong with you guys,
held
man?
hostage. Day number 16.
Rooster, I will be there, Rooster. I'll bring my lovely bride. I love that place.
I am asking Mr. T to represent me at your wedding and to consume not only the amount of alcohol he would normally consume, but to also consume the amount of alcohol I would consume at your wedding. So
sure, no problem.
I appreciate
Done.
that. Make sure he gets a ride home.
Done. Oh, my sister lives right down the road, dude. I could actually go to her house and take a golf cart to where it's at. So
there you go. So Steve DeRocco, tomorrow, Polar Bear Club meeting. One of these days, Mr. T, we got to get you to stay late because these Polar Bear meetings tend to be like 3 o'clock in the afternoon. I know that's a long time for you to be on this side of town.
No problem. Oh, I've got audio. Hang on, guys. Hang on. All right, everybody. Here comes Charity McCurdy with the news. Woo! You won't be able to see her, but you'll be able to hear her.
.30 is our time. San Antonio's first news. Good Monday morning. I'm Charity McCurdy. Among our top stories, tomorrow marks exactly 3 months until Election Day, and Hurricane Debbie has made landfall in Florida. Details coming up. First, traffic and weather together every 10 minutes in mornings. Your Weather Channel forecast for this Monday: partly cloudy and hot, a high in the upper 90s. Tonight's low near 77. Right now, we're at 78 degrees. Well, Vice President Kamala Harris has secured enough votes from delegates to become her party's nominee for president. Fox's Jared Halpern has more on Decision 2024.
Virtual roll call voting for Democratic delegates ends today, but Vice President Kamala Harris crossed the needed threshold last week, securing enough delegate support on Friday. The online voting caps a chaotic few weeks after President Biden abruptly ended his re-election bid and endorsed his vice president. A ceremonial vote for Harris is still expected later this month at the Democratic convention in Chicago. No other major candidate challenged her after the president's departure from the race. Democratic leaders long planned to finalize a nominee before August 7th, they say, to ensure they comply with ballot access deadlines in every state. In Washington, Jared Halpern, Fox News.
Speaking to supporters at a rally in Atlanta, Georgia, former President Trump teased a potential debate hosted by Fox News on September 4th and urged Vice President Kamala Harris to join.
You know, we're doing one with Fox if she shows up. I don't think she's going to show up. She can't talk. She can read a teleprompter. I'd give her about a 6 on a scale of 10.
Trump said in a True Social post on Friday that he accepted a September 4th Fox News debate against Harris and said that he will not be attending the ABC News debate on September 10th. While Hurricane Debbie has made landfall as a Category 1 storm in northern Florida, Fox weather storm specialist Mike Seidel has more.
Right now, we're in good shape because the wind is blowing offshore, downriver, blowing the water into the Gulf of Mexico, and the tide is going out. But eventually, once the center, the eye goes by us, the winds will shift around and try to push the water up the river. And the Hurricane Center is still forecasting a surge of up to 10 feet.
Debbie is the fourth named storm for the Atlantic hurricane season. While the White House is preparing for a regional expansion of the conflict between Israel and Hamas in the Middle East. Here's more from Fox's Ashley Strohmeyer.
President Biden is set to meet with his national security team at the White House. It's to discuss the latest developments out of the Middle East. Right now, Israel is bracing for possible retaliatory attacks by Iran and its proxies after top Hamas and Hezbollah leaders were assassinated last week. Their deaths are stoking fears of a wider regional war. U.S. officials believe the attacks could happen in the next 24 to 48 hours. The Biden administration is working with Middle East leaders in hopes of easing those tensions.
Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu says his nation is already in a multi-front war with Iran and its proxies. Funeral services start today for a 20-year-old Bexar County deputy who died in a wrong-way crash last month. Deputy Meredith Portillo died on July 21st when a pickup truck crashed head-on into her Ford Mustang on I-37. Police say the driver of the pickup died at the scene, along with one of Portillo's two passengers. A public viewing and a rosary for Portillo are scheduled for 4 to 8 p.m. today at Mission Park Funeral Chapel South. At 10 a.m. tomorrow, the sheriff's office is hosting a memorial service for Portillo at Cornerstone Church. Well, Texas Senator Ted Cruz is pushing his proposed legislation called the Justice for Jocelyn Act. Cruz says the legislation is named after 12-year-old Jocelyn Nungaray of Houston, who two illegal Venezuelan migrants are accused of sexually assaulting and murdering.
It mandates that as long as there are beds that are available and detention facilities that are available, they must keep them there, and they must do every means necessary to ensure they keep them there.
Senator Cruz adds the legislation would require law enforcement to monitor any migrants released back into the community with an ankle bracelet 24/7. Officials are investigating the cause of a house fire that happened over the weekend and the cause of death of a person whose body was found inside the home. The San Antonio Fire Department responded around 3:30 Saturday afternoon to the blaze on South Smith Street. The fire turned out to be a burning mattress, but fire crews found a dead person inside the home. And fire swept through a Houston condo yesterday, killing 3 children. Houston Fire Chief Tom Munoz says one person did escape the blaze.
We did have one 21-year-old that was able to get out. He made some attempts to get back in, and right now he was transported to for minor injuries and smoke inhalation.
Munoz says the 3 people killed were all sisters, ages 8, 12, and 15. No word on the cause of the fire. Well, controversy continues to surround boxing at the Paris Olympic Games as athletes who have previously failed gender tests compete. Fox's Christina Coleman has more.
Taiwanese boxer Lin Yuting, a 2-time Olympian, defeated her opponent from Bulgaria in the quarterfinals. The fight went on despite protests over Algerian boxer Iman Khalif and Lin Yuting's participation in women's boxing at the Olympic Games. The International Boxing Association disqualified both of them during its 2023 World Championships. The IBA said the 2 women failed gender eligibility tests. The IBA did not release specific details on how the women failed the tests. Also last year, the International Olympic Committee stripped the IBA from its power to run Olympic boxing over finance and management issues.
IOC officials defended the boxers and criticized the International Boxing Association's process for gender testing. Well, the city of Austin has named Cincinnati Assistant Police Chief Lisa Davis as the city's next police chief. Davis says she believes a fresh set of eyes can help improve the operation of the Austin Police Department.
I'm coming in and I'm listening, and I'm going to look at as far as the command staff and the senior command staff, what is your body of work? What have you done? How have you developed processes? What have you brought to the table?
Austin has been without a permanent police chief since Joseph Chacon retired last fall. Since then, Robin Henderson has been serving as interim chief. Henderson decided not to seek the permanent position. The Austin City Council is expected to vote tomorrow to make the hiring official. It is 6:37. Traffic and weather together in just a minute. But first, check of your money in the world of business. Ed Corey is live at the Bloomberg News Desk. All right, thanks, Ed. News at the top and bottom of every hour, along with breaking news as it happens. I'm Charity McCurdy. Here's traffic and weather.
Mr. T, I would like to welcome into the chat Grumpy Old Fart.
Wait, he's not here yet, is he? He's not coming in until tomorrow.
No, not that Grumpy Old Fart. The
okay.
This Grumpy Old Fart.
Okay.
Welcome in, Grumpy Old Fart. Jesse Gonzalez.
GOF.
Sleepy. GOF. Put an L in there. You can play golf. Hector Gomez. Bobby. Sleepy. Jacob. Welcome.
Well, good morning, everybody.
Hey, everybody. Noah Lyles early.
Yeah, I'm going to hit the Olympic theme first to get into it, and then I'll be ready for you.
Okay.
Yeah, slap fight. Yeah, look at that. It's crazy, dude. We are starved, aren't we?
Well, and CTE blows to the. I know that's face, but a blow to the head that jars your brain. Yes. The Olympics from Paris, or as I prefer to call them, the Victor Wembanyama Olympics, roll on. So much to talk about, including an amazing moment. Mr. T and Charity were talking about it earlier this morning. And now we'll listen into that moment as Noah Lyles wins the gold in the men's 100-meter race.
Noah Lyles said after he was defeated yesterday in his heat, I won't be underestimating my opponents again, and I feel sorry for my competitors. There's an Olympic gold medal waiting for somebody who wants it the most. This is close. Jamaica's going to do it on debut. They're working on the photo. Noah Lyles is looking anxiously. It's Noah Lyles. And it had to go to a photo finish to decide it.
5/1,000th of a second.
And you heard the announcer calling Jamaica as the winner. It appeared to his eyes that it was Jamaica, and Charity easily one of the closest finishes in Olympic history.
I had to rewatch it just to see how close it was. But yeah, 5,000th of a second. Who would have known it? I also had my eyes on a San Antonio native, Fred Curley, who ended up with the bronze for Team USA. So San Antonio was well represented. at the Olympics yesterday.
Yeah,
Nice.
that was the closest race I've ever seen in my life. And I actually thought the guy from Jamaica won just like the commentator did. I saw it, depending on which part of the body are you looking at? Because if it's the feet, the Jamaican guy won, but it's actually your torso that has to be. They were so close, man. It was great.
So amazing. And as you two know, I'm just crazy about Olympic basketball.
Yes.
And my dream matchup, and it's possible now, they're on either side of the bracket in the knockout round of men's basketball, which begins tomorrow. I think you told me USA 2:30 tomorrow?
Yeah, 2:30 tomorrow, 11 a.m. for France.
France.
Yes.
So I want Victor Wembanyama and France to advance. They're going against Canada, which is undefeated.
Yeah, they're good.
3-0.
Watch out.
In the preliminary round. France was 2-1, so it's going to be a tough road to hoe for France. But Team USA going against Brazil. Serbia charity is on that side of the bracket for Team USA. And, they've got the Joker, Nikola Jokic, for Serbia. So it's going to be dramatic, and it's not the cakewalk for Team USA that it once was.
When I think of Serbia, I always warmly think of Boban.
Yeah.
And Coach Pop, who is Serbian.
Yeah.
So,
yeah. And so look, it's Serbia and Australia tomorrow. So we'll probably get the winner. That's on our side. So we'll get the winner of that one. Australia is Patty Mills.
Patty Mills and Australia.
It's good.
What did I saw the Patty Mills set some Olympic record, I think most 3-point shots or most
something like that. Yeah.
He moved ahead of Manu Ginobili. He's not number 1 on the list, but he went from like 5 to 4. And the guy that he surpassed was Manu Ginobili as far as Olympic all time. It's either threes or it's scoring.
I think it's threes.
Is it
Yeah,
threes?
9 3-pointers.
Yeah.
That would make sense.
Yeah, and what's bothering the coaches on the U.S. team is that Brazil is one of the teams we didn't get to see in the warm-ups. So we don't, they could surprise us a little bit.
Yeah, and as we saw from that prelim before the Olympics against South Sudan, which Team USA later beat handily, but on a given day, if our shots aren't falling, the competition, especially in the knockout round, the competition is so good.
You can't get off to a slow start.
Yeah,
no.
This is going to be big, and we'll talk more about that tomorrow as T mentions. Team USA tomorrow at 2:30 p.m. and against Brazil, and of course France versus Canada at 11 a.m. tomorrow. Coming up, Charlie Parker with Those Were the Days. WOAI News Time, 6:45.
Hello. Okay, we're back.
She's wearing my my pillow crucifix.
Yeah. Well, you have to. Yeah. You have to. It's standard It's standard in the uniform. Right. They can't show up without one. 50's open again because we got nothing on the talk back. We could actually reset that up and have some fun with it. You know what I mean?
Yeah, and we can go waiting. We'll mention both, and waiting in line being the second one.
Yeah. Yeah, we used to go out there to South Park Mall to Record Hole and camp out for tickets, and there would be a lot of people there. It wasn't like just a couple people. There'd be a lot of people, and it turned into a party.
Yeah.
And one of our good friends, Rick Krover, actually, and he's still out there, was holding on to a car, riding a skateboard.
Okay.
Fell off.
What could possibly go wrong?
Fell off, and that car's tire missed his head by about an inch. Yeah, we thought it hit him. But it actually ran over his skateboard, not his head.
Jeez.
And we're running up there like, oh my God. And he's laid on the ground laughing. And we're thinking, okay, it did run over his head. But it didn't. Yeah. Yeah, what could go wrong? We just have a good time out there, man. It was fun. I miss those days. God. So you really liked upstate New York. I told you it was beautiful, didn't I?
Yeah, very beautiful.
He was hanging at Woodstock.
Rainy day. Not
okay.
It was off and on rain. So cloudy and off and on rain, which was, when you're driving on a turnpike you've never been on before.
Yeah, you don't want to see that.
So I because of the wet conditions, I didn't look around at the views enough as I would have liked to, but I still looked at quite a bit.
Cool. It's beautiful though, man. It really is.
Somebody on it. I just didn't have time. Somebody on, because I went through Woodstock. The town that Mark lives in is right next to Woodstock.
Too cool.
And But somebody wrote me and said, you need to go to Bethel because that's where Woodstock was. And Bethel was about 17 miles south. And I didn't, I had to go back north and I wanted to get back before it got dark because it was old.
Because it's new to you.
Yeah. And it was raining at that point.
Oh, yeah.
No, sorry, Bethel. We'll have to do it some other day.
I'll go back up to upstate New York. It's beautiful up there. My mom's cousin lives in Rome, New York, which is up by Ithaca.
Yeah.
A little bit, that way. We went up there one time. It's beautiful, man. I just couldn't get over. This is New York? Because I had never been to New York City. I'd only been to upstate New York. And I thought, this is New York? I mean, come on, man. It's not what I expected.
Yeah.
And then I go to New York City and went, oh, okay, this is what I expected.
Well, and, you know, I always think of in Texas terms, because right when I was headed south from Albany, it said New York City 150 miles.
Right.
Which I thought, okay, that makes. But when I was coming back, the sign said Buffalo, like 310 miles.
Yeah, because you got to go farther up to Canada.
New York. If it weren't for Texas, New York would be. It's a big state.
It is a big state, but it's not Texas big. No. Yeah. No, it takes you a whole day just to get across Texas. Yeah.
Yeah.
Trust me, I know. I lived in El Paso briefly.
Connie, welcome in.
Good morning, Connie.
Thank you for the Al Capone reference, Connie.
I thought you said Al Carbone.
Tacos Al Carbone.
Yes. M-E-N. Everybody now.
But so I saw Radio Woodstock and it had like psychedelic colors and a peace sign. There was a thing called Hotel Dylan.
Oh,
that
that's
I guess
cool.
paid homage to Bob Dylan. It had flowers and peace signs on the thing. It was cool. And in Woodstock they had a Tibetan center that I would have gone to if I had
Of course
time
they did.
time.
Of course they did.
Yeah.
Jesse, greetings. I am a Flovillian myself. Did you see that Fluffy's White House, they sold it and shut it down because it's haunted? I'm not making this up. Yeah, the building's over 100 years old, and they've been whining that it's been haunted forever, and they finally just shut it down. Embrace it.
Haunted, yes.
Embrace it.
Make it a thing.
Hector Gomez, good morning.
Hector Gomez, a great American. What is up, Hector? Hector wrote me a couple of nice notes over the weekend on Facebook. Thank you, Hector.
Very cool.
And Hector, did you? He came in right before or at my mom's funeral.
I met him. I met him.
Hector was about the same time as you and Cindy were there. So you met the great Hector Gomez.
Yes, I did.
Cool.
By the way, Friday, 50 years, it'll be the date 50 years ago that Nixon resigned.
Is it the 9th?
Yeah.
August 9th? Yeah.
Yeah.
I was such a little, I recorded it on my cassette. I knew it was history.
Look.
I recorded it on my
John Legend.
cassette
John
recorder.
Largent.
John Largent.
Yeah.
Now, is that the John Largent of podcasting fame who knows Dawn Murphy? Possibly. I think John was involved in her podcast on NASCAR.
Yes, sir.
And he did some. Yeah, that's John. I know John. Good to see you, John.
All right, guys, stand by. Here comes Charity with the headlines, or we'll both be talking over.
Well, tens of thousands of power outages have been reported as Hurricane Debbie makes landfall in Florida. VP Kamala Harris has narrowed down her list of potential running mates, and the Bexar County Sheriff's Office says goodbye to one of their own beginning today. We'll have the latest coming up. Right now, traffic and weather together.
Sunny skies today, tomorrow, and on Wednesday. Hot all 3 days. Upper 90s, near 100 today. 100, 101 on tomorrow, and 101, 102, possibly 103 on Wednesday. 79 degrees down at the Pearl. 79 in Castroville. 78 right here in Stone Oak. WOAI News Time, 6:52.
San Antonio's first news. That is the voice of Mr. T, Tim Merriman. Before that, you heard the voice of Charity McCurdy. And before that, you heard the voice of Charlie Parker. With those were the days. My voice, I'm Chris, Andrew Zimmel, and EJ Pacheco doing the heavy lifting, flying the Millennium Falcon. Andrew running our YouTube broadcast. Check us out on YouTube. There's a live chat in there, which is a lot of fun as well. And speaking of chat, we want you to talk back to us. We got a couple of topics on the table for talk back. And as always, whatever's on your mind, you can take it wherever you would like to take it. But whatever's on your mind, you can go there as well. We were talking about Aerosmith canceling their tour and retiring from touring forever because Steven Tyler has vocal cord issues, and Charity, he thought he could be healed in time for this tour, but apparently his vocal cords probably won't allow him to tour again. At least that's what they're saying.
So they won't be back in the saddle again. It's not going to happen.
Nice.
He can't heal up and make a comeback tour. No.
And he still doesn't want to miss a thing.
Dream
but,
on.
yeah.
If you think you're going to see them on tour again, dream on. Sick as a dog. What's your story? Sick as a dog. Cat got your tongue.
Love me some
Great
Aerosmith
song from
man,
the
I
Rocks
really do.
album, which I had on cassette.
I love it.
I was telling Charity I had Toys in the Attic by Aerosmith on 8-track at Holmes High School.
Yep.
But then cassettes became, all the cool kids started getting cassettes. So I got the Aerosmith Rocks album on cassette.
I used to buy the albums and then record them onto cassette to play in the car. That way, you're not messing. And then you can play it at home too. That way you're not messing the album up all the time.
Yeah, I'd buy like 2 and get 10 for free. And it was the other 10 albums I didn't necessarily want, but I had to choose 10 others. So
The Columbia Record and Tape Club.
Something like that.
I still owe them money from the 1970s.
Yeah, good luck with that, right?
How did they, what was their business model?
I don't know.
Everybody I know burned their 10 albums.
And burned them.
Yeah, and didn't, and then they're, okay, now we're going to send you an album a month at, $19.95.
What?
It was way over. I mean, back in the day, they were probably like $9.98, which you could get an album at Record Hole.
$6.25, sir.
Yes.
Yes.
So it sounded like a great deal until the loan sharks started sending you albums every month.
I just remember the collection agency calling my mom and dad's house because that was the number on file for the Columbia Record House Club. And my mom going, but he's 15. What do you mean he owes you money?
You can't sue my 15-year-old son. You entered into the agreement with him, idiots. So Charity, we're asking who else should retire in the music world or elsewhere now that Aerosmith and Steven Tyler are retiring from touring. And then we started thinking about standing in line for concerts, which we used to do back in the day.
Yeah.
Mr. T got third row seats in 1978 at an Aerosmith concert because he camped out and waited in line for tickets. And Charity, who did you say? We know you are kind of standing in line in September for a big show at Red Rocks.
Yes, Arcade Fire. I got flights. I got hotel. Expensive second row tickets.
Nice. That's a beautiful place, by the way.
I can't wait. It's definitely a bucket list item, and that's why
Now the closest dispensary to there is. I'm just kidding. I don't know that for a fact, but there are a lot.
It's a quick turnaround. We're only going to be there Sunday and Monday, and I have to be back at work Tuesday morning. So
bummer.
Yeah.
I had a layover yesterday in Denver.
Oh, did you?
Yeah, and so my brother-in-law goes, hey, man, you're in the land of gummies in Colorado. I said, well, do they sell gummies at the airport? Because I
no, but they got that little box if you can get your hands in it where everybody has to put theirs that they don't want to take with them on the plane. They drop them in that little box.
I didn't know that. See?
Yeah.
I could have pilfered that box.
Yeah, you could have just, figured out a way to get your fingers in there and grab a little bit.
No, I'm going to Texas. It won't be illegal in Texas ever, ever, ever. So, real nice. So, Charity, if people would like to participate in our Talkback feature and tell us who else should retire now that Steven Tyler and Aerosmith are retiring, and or and they can take it anywhere else as well, as we saw from Kemper earlier. And or what would you wait in line for? What act or what would you wait in line for? Charity, how do they get us that information?
The free iHeartRadio app. You just search 1200 WOAI, hit that red circle, and you have 30 seconds after you hit it, and let us know.
Yeah, it's that simple.
You know, it's not music, but beyond the Beatles, and I brought up his name earlier this morning with you guys. I'm a space program freak, as you guys are. Buzz Aldrin. If I
you would wait in line to meet him.
I once got to interview him on the radio, which was real cool. I love the guy. But Apollo 11, the only surviving astronaut from that first lunar landing mission. But if Buzz Aldrin were speaking at the Majestic or at the Laurie Auditorium at Trinity, I would wait in a long line to see in person. And if I could shake his hand and get a selfie with Buzz Aldrin, I would wait in a long, long line.
He's dead, unfortunately, but George Michael, I would wait in a very, very long line to see him perform.
Okay.
Very cool.
Now, as far as people who should retire, I'm going to put Madonna on
Amen.
that list.
Amen.
I love early Madonna, 80s, 90s, even early 2000s, but now, no. It's time. It's time.
Yeah.
That's a good one.
I'm going to commit blasphemy, and I love him. He's an icon, but lately he kind of just mumbles. Bob Dylan. And people are going to hate me for saying that, because he is unlike the Rolling Stones.
I mean, what do you mean, man?
Hey,
what do you mean?
I mean, and I get it. Bob Dylan is iconic, and
He writes great songs.
Yes, I know there's some big Bob Dylan fans out there, but don't kill the messenger. I'm going to nominate Bob Dylan for retirement.
Now, speaking of Bob Dylan, there is a movie coming out Christmas that is a Bob Dylan biopic.
The trailer looks amazing.
Yes. Like a Complete Unknown is the name of the movie, and it looks fantastic.
And the romance with Joan Baez is covered in that. All right, Mr. T. So we've each. Charity says Madonna. You may retire now. I say Bob Dylan. Sadly, you may retire now, Mr. T. You gotta pick somebody.
That's
from the music world.
That's
and do not pick Barry Manilow.
I'm going to go with Barry. No, I'm just kidding.
Friend of the show, and coming to San Antonio on
not going to say
August
Barry
15th.
Manilow. I'm not going to say Barry Manilow at all. I have a hard time with bands like that get rid of their lead singers and then come back and play still, like
Arnel Pineda,
the karaoke journeys, the stuff like that. Maybe it's time. If your lead singer goes away and he's the identity of your band, maybe it's time you retire.
Wow.
But don't do it till after August 16th.
Yeah,
so just say it.
Because we're going. Def Leppard, Journey, and Steve Miller Band. But you're not picking a so you're going to say Journey?
I'm going to say Journey, karaoke Journey, yes.
After
August 16th, yes.
Okay.
Sorry
good.
for anybody that's got tickets after that.
But after that.
That's not my problem.
You can still play one more date in San Antonio. Coming up on a segment we call Wait Till You Hear This. Did RFK Jr. leave a killed bear in Central Park? We'll explore that question and more. Charity McCurdy explores all the big stories right now, because WOAI News Time is 7 o'clock.
Seven o'clock is our time. San Antonio's first news. Good Monday morning. I'm Charity McCurdy. Among our top stories, Vice President Kamala Harris formally secures the Democratic presidential nomination, and Florida's getting slammed by Hurricane Debbie. Details ahead. First, traffic and weather together every 10 minutes in mornings. Your Weather Channel forecast for this Monday: partly cloudy and hot, a high in the upper 90s. Tonight's low near 77. Right now, 78 degrees. Well, Tomorrow marks exactly 3 months until Election Day, and before the weekend, Vice President Kamala Harris gained enough delegates to clinch the presidential nomination. Fox's Jessica Rosenthal has more on Decision 2024.
Ahead of the weekend, while electronic roll call voting was happening, the DNC announced Vice President Kamala Harris received enough votes to become the nominee. She said in a statement Friday she would officially accept the nomination this week. Harris held a large rally in Atlanta last week.
So, Georgia, in the next 98 days, we have our work cut out for us. And this is not going to be easy.
Former President Trump heads into the home stretch with a campaign that had to pivot. This was him in Harrisburg last week.
And we're not going to let her do to Pennsylvania what she did to California. She destroyed San Francisco.
The Harris campaign raised an astonishing $310 million in the month of July. Jessica Rosenthal, Fox News.
Meantime, the Harris campaign is expected to announce her running mate by tomorrow. Here's Fox's Mark Meredith.
One of the candidates long considered a frontrunner is Governor Shapiro of Pennsylvania. The New York Times reports he remains close with former President Obama. But Shapiro is getting some blowback after some comments he made back in the 1990s resurfaced. It was an op-ed in college, and he wrote that the Palestinians do not have the capabilities to establish their own homeland and make it successful, even with the aid of Israel and the U.S. They are too battle-minded to be able to establish a peaceful homeland of their own. So that could complicate any support he'd have within the pro-Palestinian community. The eventual pick that Harris makes is going to be on the trail with her. They're going to be making stops all over the country.
And Harris reportedly met with several of the top VP contenders over the weekend. A San Antonio woman is in custody in Washington, D.C. after she reportedly made threats against former President Trump. The Metropolitan Police Department arrested 41-year-old Christina Montoya on Friday. In addition to making threats against Trump, Montoya was also charged with possessing an unregistered firearm and carrying a pistol without a license. Well, new details have been revealed in the attempted assassination of Trump after acting Secret Service Director Ronald Rowe took full responsibility for oversight on the Secret Service's part. Here's Fox's Matt Finn.
There was a lot of finger pointing between the Secret Service and local authorities about who's to blame. Now the Secret Service says we are accountable. Now, regarding the critical radio transmission that day, Rowe said Secret Service snipers did not have communications with local teams. Local law enforcement may have tried to communicate that there was a man on the roof with a gun, but that message never made it to Secret Service. Rowe was also asked about the report that Senator Josh Hawley shared, claiming Rowe himself previously cut Secret Service funding for President Trump's security team. Rowe did not give a clear answer there and said they will respond in the near future.
The Secret Service had previously attributed the oversight to local law enforcement in Butler. More than 25 million Americans are now in the path of Hurricane Debbie, which has made landfall north of Tampa. Here's Fox's Nicole Valdez.
The governor of Florida, Ron DeSantis, says they are still expecting impacts from Debbie today, and that includes first and foremost, power outages. I've been told here tends to be one of the first main things that they will see is trees start to fall on those power lines, onto those roads, and sort of cause that domino effect of problems here.
Debbie is also expected to impact parts of South Carolina and Southeast Georgia. Well, funeral services start today for a 20-year-old Bexar County deputy who died in a wrong-way crash last month. Deputy Meredith Portillo died on July 21st when a pickup truck crashed head-on into her Ford Mustang on I-37. Police say the driver of the pickup died at the scene, along with one of Portillo's two passengers. A public viewing and a rosary for Portillo are scheduled for 4 to 8 p.m. today at Mission Park Funeral Chapel South. At 10 a.m. tomorrow, the Sheriff's Office is hosting a memorial service for Portillo at Cornerstone Church. Well, there's a sell-off on world markets. Fox's Lillian Wu has the latest.
Worries about a U.S. recession intensifying a global stock market sell-off led by Japan's Nikkei, which plunged nearly 12.5%. A surge in the Japanese yen also helping the index tumble to its worst day since 1987 after the black market crash on Wall Street. Friday's disappointing U.S. July jobs report helping fuel recession fears. With many investors already concerned, the Fed's been too cautious over cutting interest rates. Lillian Wu, Fox News.
It is 7:06. News at the top and bottom of every hour, along with breaking news as it happens. I'm Charity McCurdy. Traffic and weather coming up.
San Antonio's first news, a big 7 o'clock hour is upon us. 7:20, Mike Opelka from the Pure Opelka podcast, his take on the morning's big stories. 7:40, national correspondent Rory O'Neill is in Florida covering Hurricane Debbie, which made landfall this morning during this broadcast. We will get the absolute latest. And at 7:50, White House correspondent John Decker with a preview of who Vice President Kamala Harris is expected to choose within the next 24 hours, because they got a big rollout event tomorrow in Philadelphia. We'll get into all that, but coming right up in a segment we call Wait Till You Hear This. Did Robert F. Kennedy Jr. leave a dead bear in Central Park? We'll talk about that in a moment, but first, your traffic and weather together.
Lots of sunshine today, tomorrow, and on Wednesday. Highs today in the upper 90s, near 100. Tomorrow, highs 101, possibly 102. And on Wednesday, highs 102, possibly 103. It is 79 degrees at the Snake Farm, 79 in Castroville, 78 right here in Stone Oak. WOAI News Time, 7:11.
San Antonio's first news, they love us at the Snake Farm.
They do.
All the reptiles, they listen in every morning, and we're really excited about that. But right now, it's a segment. We do it every morning at this time. We span the globe to bring you the constant variety of audio in a segment we call Wait Till You Hear This. And Mr. T, you might have to set this one up.
It was a video with Roseanne Barr. Remember her?
Oh, yeah.
Robert F. Kennedy, the independent presidential candidate, tells the story how someone hit a bear in front of him and then he decided to leave it in Central Park. Here is today's Wait Till You Hear This.
A woman in a van in front of me hit a bear and killed it, a young bear. So I pulled over and I picked up the bear and put him in the back of my van because I was going to skin the bear. And it was very good condition. And I was going to put the meat in my refrigerator. And you can do that in New York State. You can get a bear tag for a roadkill bear. So then we went hawking and I had the bear in my car. And then we had a really good day and we went late. We were catching a lot of game and the people really loved it. So we stayed late. And instead of going back to my home in Westchester, I had to go right to the city because there was a dinner at Peter Luger's Steakhouse. And at the end of the dinner, it went late, and I realized I couldn't go home. I had to go to the airport, and the bear was in my car, and I didn't want to leave the bear in the car because that would have been bad. So then I thought, at that time, this was the little bit of the redneck in me. There'd been a series of bicycle accidents in New York. They had just put in the bike lanes, and saw a couple of people that got killed, and it was every day, and people had gotten badly injured. Every day it was in the press. Yeah. And so I thought, I wasn't drinking, of course, but people were drinking with me who thought this was a good idea. And I said, I had an old bike in my car that somebody had asked me to get rid of. I said, let's go put the bear in Central Park and we'll make it look like he got hit by a bike. It'll be funny for people. So everybody thought that's a great idea. So we went and did that, and we thought it would be amusing for whoever found it or something. The next day, it was like, it was on every television station. It was the front page of every paper, and I turned on the TV, and there was like a mile of yellow tape, and there were 20 cop cars.
Wow. Didn't expect that story to come from RFK Jr.
With all the surveillance out there today, there's no way he could have gotten away with that these days.
I don't know. He's a Kennedy.
Yeah, there's too many coincidences, though. It's like you hit the bear. Okay, you didn't hit the bear. Someone else hit the bear, but you grabbed it and put it in your van. And then you come up with this idea to plant it back in Central Park. And you happen to have an old bicycle in the back of the van. I don't know. It's just well, still some unanswered questions there.
Yeah. And he says, I wasn't drinking at the time, but people I was with were drinking and they thought it was a really good idea. Wow.
Said there was a big investigation into that bear after that.
What's crazy is the New York Times was all over this. And apparently at the time, Kennedy's niece and JFK's granddaughter, Tatiana Schlossberg, was the one working on the story. One of the reporters.
It was my uncle. He left the roadkill bear in Central Park with a bicycle.
But he wasn't drunk, I swear.
No, not at all.
No alcohol was abused in the leaving of this bear in Central Park. All right, coming up, Mike Opelka from the Pure Opelka podcast, his take on the morning's big stories. And speaking of morning's big stories, we'll get you caught up on the headlines, traffic, weather, and more. WOAI News Time, 7:15.
And we're back.
Hey, everybody.
So I'm just curious, how many people on the live chat right now actually belong to the Columbia Record House Club, and how many actually paid for it?
I know Steve Duraco and I were each Columbia Record and Tape Club members and violated their agreement.
I think everybody violated it.
Yeah.
Oh, Franken Valley needs to retire. Okay. Grumpy old fart. Record Club member Travis's brother was.
Nice.
Jesse, there is the statute of limitations is over. You can go ahead and let us know. Well, pretty much, Travis, if he was young and joined it, it probably was like what I did and just never paid for him. Oh, I didn't know they had a rival. BMG had a club. I didn't know that.
Yeah, I was a Columbia guy myself.
Yeah, I loaded up on albums and was just a fan, big time. Bobby, nope. Good for you, Bobby. Your credit rating probably never took a hit then.
Jesse pleads the fifth. Very funny.
Told you, statute of limitations over, man.
Mm-hmm. My God, are they running this into the ground or what?
Oh, my God. It's been on all morning since we got here.
Interviewing J.D. Vance's wife on Fox, and it's been on every time I look at the TV.
Yep. USHA. All right, 72, 75, 78.
So Sika Paulin would have, but his dad was stationed overseas at the time.
Man, they wouldn't ship there? Yep, tape to the penny to the card and send it in. I remember that.
Yeah. But I remember the markup on the monthly. It's like, wait a minute.
Wow.
$9.98, and I think it went up to $10.98.
2112 was such a great album, man. God, it was one of those ones you can't just listen to one song. You got to listen to the whole damn thing. It was that good. You want to do the $5 bills here? You got the story still?
Is there time?
Yeah, got about a minute.
Just ahead of headlines, traffic, and weather together, and then Mike Opelka from the Pure Opelka podcast. But Mr. T, you've been telling me about a story. If you've got a $5 bill in your wallet, you may want to check the serial number because there's 11 million $5 bills, excuse me. There's 11 million $5 bills in circulation that have repeating serial numbers like G8888888A or B5555555C. And apparently those $5 bills to collectors are worth about $2,000 each.
Yeah. Yeah, just think about that.
And there's 11 million of those in circulation.
And nobody ever looks at them, do I mean, I don't pay that
No,
much
I don't.
attention to the serial numbers.
No, and I rarely have cash on me.
Well, we
Yeah.
work in radio, so we rarely have cash,
Yeah.
period. I mean,
Oh, I'm the same way, though. It's so easy just to whip out plastic that I rarely have a cash.
Well, I do have
on
cash
me.
in my wallet, but no $5 bills, man.
Well, when the tooth fairy comes, I'm going to double check.
Yeah, make
for
sure you do. You don't be giving your daughter $2,000, man. Come on.
Very, very nice. Charity, what else are you following?
The DNC says Vice President Kamala Harris has enough delegates to be the official party nominee for the White House. Hurricane Debbie has made landfall in Florida, and funeral services start today for a 20-year-old Bexar County deputy who died in a wrong-way crash last month. We'll have the very latest coming up. Right now, traffic and weather together.
Sunshine today, tomorrow, and on Wednesday. Hot all 3 days. Upper 90s today. 100 tomorrow. 101, 102 on Wednesday. 77 degrees in Leon Valley. 78 in the Lotus, and 77 right here in Stone Oak. WOAI News Time 721.
San Antonio's first news. That's Mr. T. She's Charity McCurdy. I'm Chris Duell. Every weekday morning at this time, we check in with Mike Opelka from the Pure Opelka podcast. He's brought to us by Randy Adams Incorporated. And Mike, the final rose will be handed out from Vice President Kamala Harris within the next 24 hours, most likely. Governor Josh Shapiro of Pennsylvania, Senator Mark Kelly of Arizona, and a new dark horse has emerged, Governor Tim Walz of Minnesota. You're very good at handicapping these things. How do you think it's going to play out?
I think ultimately it's going to be Mark Kelly. I know
Wow.
everybody's saying she's coming to Philadelphia. She's going to pick the governor. But I have these friends in D.C. who said that Obama wanted Kelly to be the nominee, not just the VP, the nominee. So this may be a compromise because Biden got shoved out, and in a last-minute move, he kind of shivved Obama by saying, and I endorse Kamala. So this might be some kind of negotiation. We'll see. I'd be really surprised if it was Tim Walz. He's just too far left. Although maybe Kamala needs someone even farther left than she is to kind of change the way things are going.
And Mike, Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin killed the plea deal for the 9/11 masterminds. Was the move in response to the backlash, or is this just election year politics?
Both, Charity, but the move happened, and I'm glad it happened.
Amen.
On Friday as everybody was going home. And I do think there was such a backlash. So many people were screaming, standing up, are you kidding me? And actually somebody got fired, which is really interesting. The head of this military tribunal, a woman who made the deal, got the boot. So they didn't just overturn this and reinstate the possibility of the death penalty and the trial. They fired somebody. So circle last Friday in your books, August 2nd. They finally fired somebody.
Wow. We just played the audio from RFK Jr. about the bear in Central Park. There's a lot of things that don't add up on this. First of all, you're riding around with a bear in your van all day, and you actually happen to have an old bike. Come on.
Well, I was more stunned by the point where in the very early part, he goes, I'm thinking we're going to skin the bear and we're going to put the meat in the refrigerator. I don't know any bear meat recipes. You're a Kennedy. You pretty much get to buy and eat whatever you want. Bear meat, you're really doing it's the Kennedy roadkill recipes.
Outstanding.
The crazy. The only roadkill in the Kennedy family, where I'm going.
Oh, I know.
This was just the craziest thing ever. And he had to do it because of the article coming out. So it's a choice between bad, the article coming out, and worse, you explaining it.
And Mike, I know another story you're following. The NFL is now using face recognition software in every stadium. Is this a good idea? Is this Orwellian? Is it Big Brother? Or how do you feel about it?
It's never a good idea for me. I know, gosh, this seems like it is such an Orwellian move or a Chinese move. China has social credit scoring in its country, and everybody's monitored, everybody's face is known, and they actually monitor it. And the Dallas Cowboys put out this short video showing how it could work in a full stadium. And this way this camera comes in from above and actually identifies a person in the crowd. I got chills. I'm like, wait a minute. And what's the NFL telling us? They're doing it in order to verify media credentials. I'm sorry. Everybody in media goes through one entrance, and you put them in a room where they all get free food as well as better internet connections than everybody else so they can file their reports. This smells like Bravo Sierra to me. And I wonder what the government's involvement is on this. This is worse than eliminating the surprise of the onside kick, which happened last week too, and nobody talked about that.
All right. You can get more Mike Opelka from his Pure Opelka podcast. Get it wherever you get your podcast. We recommend the free iHeartRadio app. Mike is brought to us by Randy Adams Incorporated. Coming up, national correspondent Rory O'Neill. Hurricane Debbie has made landfall. We'll get the latest. WOAI News Time, 726.
7:31 is our time. San Antonio's first news. Good Monday morning. I'm Charity McCurdy. Among our top stories, tomorrow marks exactly 3 months until Election Day, and Hurricane Debbie makes landfall in Florida. Details coming up first. Traffic and weather together every 10 minutes in mornings. Your Weather Channel forecast for this Monday: partly cloudy and hot, a high in the upper 90s. Tonight's low near 77. Right now, 78 degrees. Vice President Kamala Harris has secured enough votes from delegates to become her party's nominee for president. Fox's Jared Halpern has more on Decision 2024.
Virtual roll call voting for Democratic delegates ends today, but Vice President Kamala Harris crossed the needed threshold last week, securing enough delegate support on Friday. The online voting caps a chaotic few weeks after President Biden abruptly ended his re-election bid and endorsed his vice president. A ceremonial vote for Harris is still expected later this month at the Democratic convention in Chicago. No other major candidate challenged her after the president's departure from the race. Democratic leaders long planned to finalize a nominee before August 7th, they say, to ensure they comply with ballot access deadlines in every state. In Washington, Jared Halpern, Fox News.
Speaking to supporters at a rally in Atlanta, Georgia, former President Trump teased a potential debate hosted by Fox News on September 4th and urged Vice President Kamala Harris to join.
You know, we're doing one with Fox if she shows up. I don't think she's going to show up. She can't talk. She can read a teleprompter. I'd give her about a 6 on a scale of 10.
Trump said in a Truth Social post on Friday that he will not be attending the ABC News debate that he and President Biden previously agreed to for September 10th. And we continue to follow breaking news as Hurricane Debbie made landfall in Florida this morning. Here's Florida Governor Ron DeSantis.
Don't drive on the roads, particularly when they're flooded. We have had some traffic mishaps over the last 12 hours. And when you have flood situations, that is the number one way where we will see fatalities, is by people being out on the roads and hydroplaning.
Hurricane Debbie is also expected to impact parts of South Carolina and southeast Georgia. It is expected to last until Tuesday of next week. The White House is preparing for a regional expansion of the conflict between Israel and Hamas in the Middle East. Here's Fox's Ashley Strohmeyer.
President Biden is set to meet with his national security team at the White House. It's to discuss the latest developments out of the Middle East. Right now, Israel is bracing for possible retaliatory attacks by Iran and its proxies after top Hamas and Hezbollah leaders were assassinated last week. Their deaths are stoking fears of a wider regional war. U.S. officials believe the attacks could happen in the next 24 to 48 hours. The Biden administration is working with Middle East leaders in hopes of easing those tensions.
Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu says his nation is already in a multi-front war with Iran and its proxies. Texas Senator Ted Cruz is pushing his proposed legislation called the Justice for Jocelyn Act. Cruz says the legislation is named after 12-year-old Jocelyn Nungary of Houston, who 2 illegal Venezuelan migrants are accused of sexually assaulting and murdering.
It mandates that as long as there are beds that are available and detention facilities that are available, they must keep them there, and they must do every means necessary to ensure they keep them there.
Cruz adds the legislation would require law enforcement to monitor any migrants released back into the community with an ankle bracelet 24/7. Well, the Bexar County Sheriff's Office is saying goodbye to one of its own today.
Funeral services begin today for a 20-year-old Bexar County Sheriff's deputy who died in a wrong-way crash July 21st. A pickup truck crashed head-on into Deputy Meredith Portillo's Ford Mustang on I-37. The pickup driver died at the scene, as did two of Portillo's passengers. A public viewing and rosary is today from 4 p.m. to 8 p.m. at Mission Park Funeral Chapel South. Portillo's memorial service is tomorrow at 10 a.m. at Cornerstone Church. Portillo had been assigned to the Detention Bureau. Eric Lycom, News Radio 1200 WOAI.
Houston fire investigators are looking into a condo fire that killed 3 people early yesterday.
All we do have, as I mentioned, the 3 fatalities. And right now, our Houston Arson Bureau, along with HPD, are doing the investigation. And right now, it's all in preliminary stage.
Houston Fire Chief Tom Munoz says the 3 killed were all children ages 8, 12, and 15, all sisters. It is 7:37. Traffic and weather together in a minute, but first, to check up your money in the world of business, Ed Corey is live at the Bloomberg News Desk. All right, thanks, Ed. News at the top and bottom of every hour, along with breaking news as it happens. I'm Charity McCurdy. Here's traffic and weather.
San Antonio's first news, Charity McCurdy, Mr. T, Tim Merriman. I'm Chris Duell. Coming up in less than 10 minutes, White House correspondent John Decker, the latest on Vice President Kamala Harris's decision for a running mate. She will be making that decision very, very shortly. But the other big story today, Hurricane Debbie making landfall in Florida. Let's go to Florida, where national correspondent Rory O'Neill is tracking the storm. Rory, what's the latest on Hurricane Debbie?
Well, the storm did come ashore in Florida's Big Bend area near Steinhatchee, an area that was hit by Hurricane Idalia just 1 year ago. But Idalia was a very different storm. That was a Cat 4 hurricane with 130-mile-per-hour winds. This storm, Hurricane Debbie, only, that's air quotes there, only 80-mile-per-hour winds, but the real concern is the rain. Debbie is going to stall out over North Florida and southern Georgia and just dump inch after inch of rain onto the region. Some parts, all the way up to the Carolinas, are looking at 15 to 20 inches of rain between now and Friday.
So, Rory, are Floridians starting to take hurricanes, regardless of the strength, more seriously when you consider they are more and more becoming slow-moving storms?
I don't think the speed factor, I think most Floridians still respond to that category number, whether it's a 1, 2, 3. The rule of thumb, and it's a bad rule, is that, you don't worry unless it's a Cat 3. And that's a bad rule because a Category 1 can still be just as dangerous. We've already seen a couple of traffic fatalities as a result with this storm. But these storms also have their own unique characteristics. This one has done damage from Sarasota in southwest Florida all the way up the Gulf Coast through Tampa and into the Big Bend and over to Tallahassee as well. So this is really strafing all of Florida's Gulf Coast. Others come ashore in some single pockets. Take like Hurricane Andrew. I mean, that one went just south of Miami and was really confined to just the Homestead area.
And how about power outages? I know earlier there were over 100,000 houses and businesses without power. What is that looking like?
We're looking at nearly 280,000 without power right now. Both of those in that Big Bend area, well inland into Georgia as well. We expect restoration, though, to be pretty quick because there was not these strong winds. A lot of this is going to be flood-related, water-related damage that should be repaired relatively quickly. We've already seen some improvement in places like Pinellas County. That's where you find St. Petersburg. A couple hours ago, it was at 32,000, now down to 25,000. So those numbers are already starting to improve as the winds die down.
Our thanks to national correspondent Rory O'Neill. And Charity, as you guys have discussed and as we've documented throughout the morning, the fact that Debbie is now that it has made landfall, it is going to move very, very slowly, dumping a lot of rainfall, and they're expecting potentially historic rainfall in Georgia and South Carolina that could cause catastrophic flooding.
Yeah, I mean, this is the fourth named storm of this Atlantic hurricane season. I mean, we've got a long ways to go to meet NOAA's prediction of this year for 13 hurricanes, 7 of which could be major hurricanes. And often the season lasts well beyond the end of November.
Yeah, let's not challenge NOAA and try to get them all done at one time, please. Yeah. I mean, come on. Yeah, it's going to be a brutal one. It's going to be brutal.
Yeah, this is Debbie. The next named storm would be Ernesto. So we can
Ancira?
Could be. Well, yeah. And I wonder, should Ernesto Ancira have a special sale?
He should.
At
He
Ancira
should.
during the storm, if indeed
The
it
prices
happens.
will blow you away.
Yeah, let's see. We should work in marketing, Mr. T, or at least you should. I like that a lot. All right. Coming up, White House correspondent John Decker. Who will Vice President Kamala Harris choose by tomorrow to be her running mate for the big unveiling in Philadelphia? We'll dive into that and more coming right up. WOAI News Time 745. Just ahead of headlines, traffic, and weather together. But Mr. T, we've been talking music this morning, and most of us were criminals as kids. We joined the Columbia Record and Tape Club and didn't pay our fair share. Yeah. Apparently, we got to talk back on it.
Yeah, Kenneth wants to weigh in.
Good morning. This is Kenneth. Hearing about Columbia Records. My brother, when he was about 14, he asked me to let them know that he moved to Alaska, and we didn't have a forwarding address for him, so we never heard from him again.
Good idea.
That's how you do it,
I
right
didn't
there.
Think of that.
Yeah, we should have been Kenneth. You know,
Darn
we should have
it.
looked him up earlier. You know, when I was 14, 15 years old, when they were calling my house looking for money.
Could have got them off our back like they did. Very cool. White House correspondent John Decker next. First, Charity, what stories are you tracking?
Hurricane Debbie has made landfall in Florida in the state's Big Bend area. Former President Trump says he'll do a September Fox News debate with VP Kamala Harris, but not the original ABC News debate. And a San Antonio woman has been arrested in D.C. for threatening former President Trump. We'll have the very latest coming up. Right now, traffic and weather together.
Sunny skies today, tomorrow, Wednesday, hot all 3 days. Highs in the upper 90s, near 100 today. Tomorrow, 101, possibly 102. Wednesday, 101, 102, possibly 103. 75 degrees in New Braunfels, 72 in Kerrville, 78 right here in Stone Oak. WOAI News Time, 7:50.
San Antonio's First News, Charity McCurdy, Mr. T, Tim Merriman. I'm Chris Duell. Let's check in with White House correspondent and attorney John Decker, who will be in Philadelphia tomorrow for the big rally when Vice President Kamala Harris will reveal her running mate. Now, John, I'm hearing that the vice president wants to keep it under wraps until that event in Philly. How sure are you that there won't be any leaks until they step out on stage?
Well, that's what she says. But a reminder about how we learned about the endorsement from former President Barack Obama and the First Lady. It was on social media. So would I be surprised if there's first a social media rollout of this? No, I would not be surprised. And it's just difficult to keep something like that under wraps. I mean, what are you going to have all the finalists in the same room, you know, in Pennsylvania at the same time? I don't think that's happening, but you never know. She met over the weekend with the finalists, one-on-one, face-to-face, and essentially interviewed them for this position. The people she met with, Governor Josh Shapiro of Pennsylvania, Governor Tim Walz of Minnesota, and Senator Mark Kelly of Arizona. Each of them provides a different argument as to why they would be helpful to the Vice President Kamala Harris in terms of winning the election and also governing if they win the election. But ultimately, it's a decision that comes down to comfort level, number one. And also, you have to factor in the electoral map. Which of those candidates that I mentioned can bring a state into the mix? Can Mark Kelly deliver Arizona? Can Josh Shapiro deliver Pennsylvania? That also will factor into her decision.
And John, apparently Arizona Senator Kelly created some confusion with a social media post that talked about his focus being on serving Arizonans, and then he deleted it. So based on that, it sounds like he didn't make the final cut.
Yeah, maybe. I mean, I understand that, you know, if indeed that happened, if indeed he didn't make the cut, but maybe we shouldn't read so much into that. After all, there was a video that you may have seen released on Friday by the mayor of Philadelphia, which seemed to give an indication that it was going to be Governor Josh Shapiro. And then she deleted that social media post. So a lot of stuff happens leading up to ultimately the decision. And this is the most important decision likely that the vice president will have during the course of the campaign. Who will be her running mate?
So other than being able to deliver their state, what else is she looking for? Do we know that?
Well, I think that delivering the state's important. Sending a message in terms of how you will govern. So, for instance, if she chooses someone on the far left, a progressive, I think that Tim Walz, for instance, would consider himself a progressive. That sends a certain message and may turn off some voters. Whereas if you choose someone who's a moderate, and Josh Shapiro, for instance, has governed as a moderate, that may be something that appeals to a wider swath of the electorate. So I think that those are factors. And then there's comfort level. I think that one of the reasons why, various presidential candidates have chosen their running mate is indeed who they feel most comfortable with. You think about Bill Clinton choosing Al Gore, two Southerners competing for president and vice president. There was a comfort level there. And Al Gore helped deliver Tennessee back in 1992. Hard to believe that Tennessee, which is such a red state now, went for Democrats in 1992, but so did Arkansas. You had Tennessee and Arkansas both for Democrats in the column in terms of the Electoral College in 1992. The map looks so different today. And as far as Pennsylvania is concerned, it's got 19 Electoral College votes, so critical for Democrats in terms of getting to that magic number of 270 Electoral College votes.
And John, for the last couple of weeks, we've heard the names Governor Josh Shapiro of Pennsylvania, Senator Mark Kelly of Arizona among the finalists. It seems like it was only this weekend that more of the talk started to swirl around Governor Tim Walz of Minnesota. Does that surprise you that he's one of the three finalists at this moment?
No, it doesn't. Again, he comes from a state that Democrats have consistently won, Minnesota. So, I don't know what he brings other than maybe making the argument, look, I'm a Midwestern governor. I can help in other states in the Midwest, like Michigan and Wisconsin. That would be the argument for Tim Walz, perhaps. But no, and sometimes also keep in mind that the aides, the allies of some of these people leak information to certain news organizations to put them in the conversation, put them in the mix. And maybe that's what's happening with Governor Walz of Minnesota.
And John, I got to ask you, do you think Kamala Harris will accept Donald Trump's invitation for that September 4th Fox News debate? And should she?
Well, that's up to her. I'm not going to get involved in terms of what candidates should or shouldn't do. We know that Donald Trump had already accepted an invitation for a September 10th debate, and that was the debate between Joe Biden and Donald Trump. And now he appears to have backed out of that and puts another option out there on the table. But, this is a decision that campaigns have to figure out what works best for them and what looks best for them. If you're Kamala Harris, if you're Donald Trump and you don't agree to a debate, how is that perceived by the public? I would love to see a debate. I know you would love to see a debate between these two. So we'll just have to wait and see what happens. If there is one, I think that is around the time period in which a debate would happen, certainly in early September.
And John, have you ever seen a closer race than the 100-meter sprint between Noah Lyles and the rest? I thought Jamaica had won it until they did the photo finish, and I'm still not so sure who won.
Yeah, apparently the rules are it's whose torso
right,
the finish line first, and I never knew that before.
I didn't either
until I saw that photo finish, and I watched that photo finish. I look at that still photo again and again and again. Less like it sounds like you are as well, and I can't believe it. It's just unbelievable how the margin of difference between, let's say, first place and fourth place is like a blink of an eye. It's really remarkable, and that means that Lyle is now the fastest person on the planet, which is a pretty cool nickname to have, I think.
Very, very cool. Our thanks to White House correspondent and attorney John Decker. And of course, Cowboys fans will remember when Bob Hayes was
Amen.
the world's fastest human and went on to play for the Dallas Cowboys after those 1964 Tokyo
So you're
Olympics.
saying Noah Lyles is going to be a cowboy? That's what I'm hearing. Breaking news right here.
Yes, they can use all the help they can get, the Dallas Cowboys. Coming up at 8:10, national correspondent Aaron Rial has the numbers. Viewership is up for the Olympics. How much does Snoop Dogg have to do with that? We'll dive into those questions and more. Charity McCurdy with all the big stories you need to know about right here, coming up at the top of the hour. WOAI News Time, 7:57.
And we're back.
Woo-hoo! Woo!
Oh, is he coming in here?
Don't know. Nope.
Oh, no, he knows
yeah,
better.
when
he
things
knows better.
when things are going south.
He ain't got no reason.
Hello.
Oh, hello.
Let's see. Bobby, Jacob, Connie.
Morning,
Connie's
Connie.
leaving us. Adios,
Oh, bye, Connie.
Trevin, welcome back. Trevin, sick of pollen. Grumpy old fart is in here.
Again, Charlie's here?
No, not that one. This one. This.
The guy on the
YouTube grumpy old
different
fart.
guy. Sorry.
Yeah.
What the hell?
All right, you see what Charity wrote?
Yeah, that's fine. She'll do either one. Well, then why don't she start booking it? My God, man. I should get an email from her. Let me know what I can do and what I can't do, because I'm not sure.
Yeah, I'm gonna write Aaron.
Well, we could have them tell her, but they won't do it because they don't do anything.
ERIN. Copy you guys.
Well, she doesn't. Aaron doesn't know what we're talking about. We can just change it because she offered up both.
Right.
We can just tell.
Oh, so that was on the list?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah. Let's just change it. Change it ourselves.
Okay, I got to look at the.
Yeah.
All right.
I'm gonna let everybody else start doing this shit. Look at Andrew on it, man, because he's all over it. I guess I should start calling Charity in the afternoons and find out, because Here we go.
There it is. Okay. I'll see it.
Yeah. We don't have to ask her about.
See, I didn't know. I
Yeah.
thought that was. I didn't know that was one of the two choices when I read Charity's thing.
That's fine. She doesn't need to know. Aaron will do. She'll do it.
I wouldn't have teased it though, Charity.
I know.
It would have been a little quicker.
I know. Because she doesn't look ahead, like, people in that room over there don't either. I know you're hearing all this stuff behind the scenes, but that's all right.
All right. I'll be back.
Fine. I'm really leaving after the show. I don't care if he fires me, man. I'm tired of this crap. We'll be back.
Eight o'clock is our time. San Antonio's first news. Good Monday morning. I'm Charity McCurdy. Among our top stories, VP Kamala Harris formally secures the Democratic presidential nomination. Hurricane Debbie is slamming Florida after making landfall. Details coming up. First, traffic and weather together every 10 minutes in mornings. Your Weather Channel forecast for this Monday: partly cloudy and hot, a high in the upper 90s. Tonight's low in the upper 70s. Get a move on. It is 77 degrees. Well, Tomorrow marks exactly 3 months until Election Day, and before the weekend, Vice President Kamala Harris gained enough delegates to clinch the presidential nomination. Fox's Jessica Rosenthal has more on Decision 2024.
Ahead of the weekend, while electronic roll call voting was happening, the DNC announced Vice President Kamala Harris received enough votes to become the nominee. She said in a statement Friday she would officially accept the nomination this week. Harris held a large rally in Atlanta last week.
So, Georgia, in the next 98 days, we have our work cut out for us. And this is not going to be easy.
Former President Trump heads into the home stretch with a campaign that had to pivot. This was him in Harrisburg last week.
And we're not going to let her do to Pennsylvania what she did to California. She destroyed San Francisco.
The Harris campaign raised an astonishing $310 million in the month of July. Jessica Rosenthal, Fox News.
Meantime, it is a big week and a new look for Harris's presidential campaign. Here's Fox's Ryan Schmelz.
After Vice President Kamala Harris announces her official running mate, the two are set to take the stage in Philadelphia this week. They'll then go on a campaign blitz through a number of battleground states with a little more than 90 days until Election Day. The blitz comes after a major fundraising haul that saw the vice president raise over $300 million for the month of July. Former President Donald Trump will hold a rally in Montana this week, where he's hoping to help Tim Sheehy in his race to unseat Democratic Senator John Tester. In Washington, Ryan Schmelz, Fox News.
A San Antonio woman is in custody in Washington, D.C. after she reportedly made threats against former President Trump. The Metropolitan Police Department arrested 41-year-old Christina Montoya on Friday. In addition to making threats against Trump, Montoya was also charged with possessing an unregistered firearm and carrying a pistol without a license. Well, Israel is bracing for a military strike from Iran following last week's killing of two terrorist masterminds. Here's Fox's Trey Yingst.
The Wall Street Journal does report that Iran told U.S. and Arab diplomats that it didn't care if its counterstrike started a war. Jordan's foreign minister was in Iran yesterday for a meeting, and President Biden is scheduled to speak with Jordanian King Abdullah II. But there has been very little public Iranian interaction with those trying to avert a crisis. With this in mind, Israel is taking steps to prepare for prolonged conflict, as reports indicate the initial Iranian response could come in waves and include extensive missile and drone attacks.
Well, Hurricane Debbie is landing its first blows upon the Sunshine State after it made landfall earlier this morning. Here's Fox Weather's Robert Ray.
Everybody watching here from Perry, Florida on the Big Bend, otherwise known as the Nature Coast here in Florida, as Hurricane Debbie, and yes, it's a hurricane now, turned into that last night about 8 p.m. Eastern, is almost going to make its way onto shore just to the west of where we're at. We could get the very disorganized center of this coming right over us. Very heavy rain, up to a foot will fall here, and some of the winds, gusts could be up to hurricane force.
And Debbie made landfall in the state's Big Bend area. Over 200,000 people in Florida are already without power. CenterPoint Energy has announced they will not be seeking a rate hike to cover costs from Hurricane Beryl. Earlier this week, the company told lawmakers they would be requesting a rate hike before the Public Utilities Commission, but CenterPoint now says they are withdrawing that request in an effort to build trust with the community. It comes after a rebuke from Governor Abbott, where he called their new severe weather preparations inadequate. Well, the Bexar County Sheriff's Office is saying goodbye today to one of its own.
Funeral services begin today for a 20-year-old Bexar County Sheriff's deputy who died in a wrong-way crash July 21st. A pickup truck crashed head-on into Deputy Meredith Portillo's Ford Mustang on I-37. The pickup driver died at the scene, as did two of Portillo's passengers. A public viewing and rosary is today from 4 p.m. to 8 p.m. at Mission Park Funeral Chapel South. Portillo's memorial service is tomorrow at 10 a.m. at Cornerstone Church. Portillo had been assigned to the Detention Bureau. Eric Lycom, News Radio 1200 WOAI.
The city of El Paso marked the 5th anniversary of the El Paso Walmart mass shooting over the weekend. The city held a day of remembrance and unveiled a new mural honoring the 23 people who died on August 3rd of 2019. It is 8:06, news at the top and bottom of every hour, along with breaking news as it happens. I'm Charity McCurdy. Traffic and weather coming up.
San Antonio's first news, will they or won't they? Will Donald Trump and Kamala Harris debate September 4th on Fox? Will they debate September 10th on ABC or none of the above? We'll explore that coming up at 8:22. Coming right up, national correspondent Aaron Real on Olympic viewership numbers and the market sell-off. We'll dive into both topics with Aaron coming up. But first, let's get you caught up on traffic and weather together.
Sunny skies today, tomorrow, and on Wednesday. Hot all 3 days. Today, highs in the upper 90s, near 100. Tomorrow, 100, possibly 101. And on Wednesday, the hottest, 102, possibly 103. 77 degrees at the Pearl, 78 in Cibolo, and 77 right here in Stone Oak. WOAI News Time, 8:10.
San Antonio's first news, that is Mr. T, Tim Merriman. She's Charity McCurdy. I'm Chris Duell. Let's talk Olympics and stock market with national correspondent Aaron Real. Aaron, first to the Olympics, viewership numbers are up, and some people might say it's the Snoop Dogg factor. How much does he play into this, and are fans smoking weed while they're watching in honor of Snoop Dogg?
I'm sure some are, for sure. Maybe his good buddy, Martha Stewart included. She sells marijuana products. But, yeah, he has been a big part of this. Every time I look at him, I'm like, wait, what's happening? And I'm like, no, what? I like it. I'm into it. Don't think too hard. But what we've seen is that numbers are really up. If you look from the beginning with the opening ceremonies and then the 5-day total audience delivery, the average is 34 million viewers. This combines daytime and prime time. It's an 80% increase over the Tokyo Olympics. This is according to. But here's the thing. Tokyo had a lot of issues. They were delayed by a year because of COVID. There was no family. There was no fans. Very few events were available on streaming services. And then there was this severe time difference. It's the other side of the planet. So that was an issue in and of itself. So we're beginning to see a readjustment there. And then also, I think that NBC, credit where credit is due, has been really, really good at getting this to people the way they want it. I mean, they also have that the gold zone, which is like on the NFL Red Zone, that format where you have like multiple live sports at once. And then they have this watch along show that's led by Alex Cooper, the host of the huge podcast Call Her Daddy. So you have Kelly Clarkson, you have Peyton Manning, you have Snoop Dogg. All in all, NBC is a big winner at this year's Olympics, that's for sure.
And yeah, it seems to be the much needed distraction we all need. And the high profile Team USA athletes like Simone Biles, Katie Ledecky are also delivering on the hype, and that helps.
Oh, for sure. And you bring up such a good point. Like, so much of this too is this release, this like valve release that I think a lot of us needed. And watching anyone who's exceptional at their craft, whether that craft be, I don't know, pole vaulting or whatever it is, it's special. It's soul affirming. It's life affirming. And again, it's been a rough year. There's multiple geopolitical issues at play. The market right now is like, while it has been on a tear the past couple of years, it's not doing great today. And I think just being able to tune out and tune into something that's genuinely joyous and then do it with like the kind of goofiness that is Snoop Dogg and like all the other stuff. It's nice. Have you guys been watching?
I've been watching a lot. And going back to Snoop Dogg, I thought, oh my God, Snoop Dogg's going to be there. This is going to be a joke, but they're using him just right. And the man does his homework.
Yeah, no, listen, credit to Snoop Dogg. He's very good at his job. And I have to be honest, when you're watching him, you're like, I like this. I don't know why. I really like this. This feels good. And so I think, yes, they found a winning formula here. And it's a pleasure to watch for sure.
And Aaron, you mentioned a global stock market sell-off happening. Is it too soon to call this Black Monday? And I'm scared to check my 401k.
Don't check your 401k because listen, the NASDAQ has been down. It's actually in bear territory right now. But the reality is it was up 43% last year. And if you look at it year to date, it's still up 12%. But it's not pretty out there. I'm not saying everything's rosy, but it's not as ugly as it could be. And I think before we all panic, we can wait a minute.
We'll keep an eye on it. Our thanks to national correspondent Aaron Real and Mr. T and Charity. Aaron says the NASDAQ is in bear territory. Is RFK Jr. involved?
Yeah, watch out.
Is that bear roadkill dead in Central Park?
Watch out.
I'm just saying. Coming up, we have a controversy brewing involving the presidential debate. Somebody's going to have to blink. Donald Trump says, I'll do it September 4th on Fox. Kamala seems to indicate she'll do it September 10th on ABC. Will somebody make a compromise, or will there be none whatsoever? We'll talk about that coming up. WOAI News Time, 8:15.
And we're back.
Hey, everybody.
Finally, we can actually get away from all the controversy here.
Woo! Damn, and the markets and the 401ks were doing so damn well.
I know.
And now this.
Yeah, Mike Tirico is killing it. You are correct, Trevin. He's doing a great job. I like him. I think he could do anything and be good at it. Mike Tirico.
Agree with that.
Very good.
Although I'm a huge Bob Costas fan.
So am I.
I miss Costas.
But hey, Tirico's been fantastic. I agree. That Suni Lee's kind of hot.
Who is?
Suni Lee, the little gymnast girl.
Yeah.
American.
Yeah.
Not bad. Fun to look at.
Uh-huh.
Hey, Eric.
So Terry would just essentially sent us the press release, is that?
Yeah, basically. So guess what I did? I replied, cool. Because,
Yep.
God, man, I got allergies or something bugging the hell, and I've been sneezing like all weekend. I hope it's not the COVID. Trevin, if I was Kamala, I think I would go Shapiro.
Yeah, I'm torn. I get Shapiro and I get Pennsylvania is necessary.
You like Mark Kelly.
Because he's an astronaut, and I think that would make the debate between he and J.D. Vance, it would be more of a contrast.
Oh, it's a contrast for sure.
That hillbilly elegy. If you're not a parent, you suck.
You know what?
Dude versus the astronaut.
That would be interesting.
Yeah.
God, man. Something's in the air, man.
There's my porcelain spot.
Cool. Was that right, though?
You were right. It's way
It's
cool.
awesome, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think it's worth every penny, man. I mean, seriously, I'm considering it when we redo our floors to get it because it wears better. And I got sand out where I live, man. Nothing tears up wood floors worse than sand.
Yeah, it's supposed to be amazingly resilient.
I saw it when I did the Cam Builders remodeling show. I went down to the Alamo Dome for the home show, and that's what they had on the floors in their little booth. And I went, "Oh, what is this?" So it's porcelain. I said, "Oh no, really? What is it?" Yeah. And I was like, "Holy crap! It's nice, man." And it looks, you can't tell, can you? Just by looking at it, you cannot tell.
No, right? Yeah.
You cannot tell. And until I got down and touched it, I went, yeah, it really is. Yes, I was impressed. Hey, Charlie sent the promo.
You're kidding?
No.
That's a record.
It is a record.
It usually comes a little after 9.
Yeah, usually after we've already done the promo. All right, then. I guess I better get tags and get ready for it. All right, stand by.
Will they or won't they? Debate, that is. And will it be on Fox? Will it be on ABC? Or will no one blink? And will there not be a debate between Donald Trump and Kamala Harris? We'll talk about what we know coming right up. But first, Charity McCurdy, what stories are you following?
Hurricane Debbie has made landfall in Florida, bringing power outages. VP Kamala Harris is expected to announce her VP pick tomorrow, and stock futures are way down ahead of the opening bell on Wall Street. All of the latest coming up right now, traffic and weather together.
Sunny skies today, tomorrow, and on Wednesday. Hot all 3 days. Upper 90s, near 100 today. 100, 101 tomorrow. 102, 103 on Wednesday. It is 79 degrees in Floresville, 80 in Von Ormy, and it's 78 right here in Stone Oak. WOAI News Time 820.
San Antonio's first news, Mr. T, Tim Merriman. She's Charity McCurdy. I'm Chris Duell. EJ Pacheco and Andrew Zimmel flying the Millennium Falcon. Andrew running our YouTube video stream. You can check that out. Look for 1200 WOAI on YouTube. And Charity, you've been reporting this morning. I think it's going to be very interesting. Will there be a debate? Where will this debate be? When will it be? Originally, Donald Trump agreed with President Joe Biden to a debate September 10th on ABC, but now Donald Trump is saying, we're going to do September 4th on Fox, and Charity, you've actually got a little Donald Trump on that.
You know, we're doing one with Fox if she shows up. I don't think she's going to show up. She can't talk. She can read a teleprompter. I'd give her about a 6. On a scale of 10.
Yeah.
I think it forces her to call his bluff. I think if she wants to show that she has confidence and go to what's deemed a Trump-friendly network, Fox News, which will have a live studio audience for the September 4th debate, should she accept. I think it would show a lot of strength for her campaign if she accepted his offer. But she may have to set some conditions, like make sure it's 50-50 as far as, her supporters and Trump's, and maybe say, yes, I'll do the September 4th debate, but you have to do the ABC News debate as originally scheduled.
Ooh, that would be interesting, but it's not as simple as her saying yes, she'll do it, is it, Chris? Isn't there some consolations that have to be made and some agreements that have to be reached?
Well, yes, but and here's just my view, a little bit of a variation on what Charity is suggesting. If she says yes to September 4th, on a certain level, you're saying, Donald Trump, you can call the shots, and I'm going to do what you say. Yeah. Whereas, but the second thing Charity said, I think, is the right way to go. It's like, all right, tell you what,
tit for tat.
I'll do September 4th on Fox, but you have to honor and do September 10th on ABC.
Man, that would be 2 in less than a week. That'd be great.
And I think part of it, though, Charity, the anchor from ABC who asked him the first questions at the Black Journalism event in Chicago last week, she's from ABC. Trump started slamming ABC, saying it's fake news. I think Trump, being stubborn as he often is now going to say, I'm not doing ABC because I'm madder at them than I've ever been before.
But I think it gives Trump the upper hand, the fact that the American people have already seen him on the debate stage. Yes, it was with President Biden, but we've yet to see Kamala Harris take on Trump. So I think the onus is on her to prove she has what it takes to take on Trump face to face.
Man, that would be interesting. Now, if they don't agree on either one of these, we go debateless?
That would be unprecedented.
And that would not be right.
And I agree. I think that'd be very unsatisfying for the American people. It's one of these things, Charity, who's going to blink first? will Kamala blink and go, all right, see you on September 4th on Fox, and let's also set conditions, as you mentioned, Charity, for what happens in that debate stage hall, and can she get him to commit to debate her on a non-Trump friendly network, and that would be pretty much anything other than Fox, unless it's Newsmax or something like that.
For starters, I think she has to accept the challenge of this Fox News debate and go from there.
And if she does accept it and does, stand up to him and does okay, that looks good for her.
But if it goes badly, as it did for Biden,
I don't think it'll go that badly.
I don't think it can go that badly.
I don't think anybody can do
But
that badly.
if Trump wins hands down, and Trump's very, very good on
Yes,
the debate
he is,
stage,
especially
does
with an
he
audience.
then say, you know what? Because I remember when Beto O'Rourke ran for Texas governor, the governor of said you're only getting one debate.
Yep.
So Greg Abbott said, I see no need for a second debate. He had a huge lead.
Yes, he did.
They had one debate, and Beto O'Rourke wanted a series of debates. And no, why should I? I've got the lead in this race. So we'll see how that all plays out. Coming up, Joe Pags of the Joe Pags Show at 6:40. At 8:40. I'm way behind schedule at 6:40. Or I'm looking ahead to tomorrow. At 8:40, it's going to be Joe Pags with an update on who he's got a big former Trump cabinet member coming up. And then we'll talk a little Hurricane Debbie, which has made landfall, but is still a threat and will be for a number of days. WOAI News Time, 8:25. So concerned about
hello. Yeah, you saw what happened at the Hall of Fame game, right?
Yeah.
They had to call it.
Yeah.
Did you watch any of the Hall of Fame induction?
I did not.
Here's the only part that I caught and that it really made me feel creepy. I love Steve McMichael, Bam McMichaels. That was not the way to handle that. You should have had somebody else.
Yes.
That was not right.
And
dude.
Jeff Pearlman, former Sports Illustrated writer, tweeted out, he said, does anyone else see the irony here?
Yeah,
that
it was-
probably
yeah.
due to head collisions in
Yes.
the
And
NFL.
it was just creepy. I know, look, I like the guy. Bam McMichael is great, man. But that wasn't cool to me. I didn't like it.
And it is calling attention to,
I know, she doesn't look bad today.
It is calling attention to
the CTE and all that stuff. Yeah. Now, granted, he had ALS, but we don't know if that's not why.
Right. If
that's not why.
multiple head injuries could have been a contributing factor to that.
Definitely.
All right. 30 more minutes.
And we're back, everybody.
Kay, good morning.
Kay.
Bobby, Trevin, Jacob.
Oh, wait. Andrew's coming in. Hang on. And we're back. Yeah, it's not a good time to come talk to you.
Yeah.
Damn, I don't want to sit here all morning.
So any Olympic events on the radar for today?
No, it's soccer day, and I ain't watching no damn soccer.
No,
I'm sorry.
Waiting for basketball tomorrow.
Team handball, men's handball, but I'm over that already. I'd rather play it than watch it. You
And
know what
I
mean?
know Jimmer Fredette was out. But how did we suck so bad in 3-on-3
You want to know
basketball?
how?
Yeah.
Jimmer Fredette's not 100%.
Yeah.
Rick Barry's son, I don't know what was wrong with him, but he was awful. I watched a couple of, I watched their first match and they got blown out. Then I watched the second one, they got blown out.
Yeah.
It was like, God, people.
Yeah, 2 and 5. My God.
Oh, yeah, they're done.
Not supposed to be happening.
No, they're done. They're done. Now, Right. And we're back.
Hey, everybody.
Good morning, everybody. I'll get it. Every time that thing rings, if I'm listening to this commercial and I hear it in my car, I'm looking at my, is that my phone? I'm touching my pocket. Is that me? Yeah. Yeah. By the way, Friday, Apple TV, I heard Matt Damon on with Dan Patrick on Friday. New movie called, oh God. Jeez, it's on Apple TV and I can't remember the name of it.
Well, you think about that. Lady in the Lake is
good.
Damn good.
Is it?
It's
I keep
very.
telling Cindy we need to watch it.
You'll like it. Cindy will like it. It's very artistically
I've been
made.
telling Cindy we need to watch it. Now I've got some backup on that.
Yeah. And we started a thing on Netflix yesterday. It was number 2 on Netflix. It's about a guy, true story, in the early 90s was investigating a Justice Department.
8:30 is our time. San Antonio's first news. Good Monday morning. I'm Charity McCurdy. Among our top stories, tomorrow marks exactly 3 months until Election Day, and Hurricane Debbie slams Florida. Details coming up. First traffic and weather together every 10 minutes in the morning.
Well, he was found dead in a hotel room in the bathtub. Slit his wrist, but they were able.
Your Weather Channel forecast for this Monday, partly cloudy and hot, a high in the upper 90s. Tonight's low near 77. Right now, 80 degrees. Well, Vice President Kamala Harris has secured enough votes from delegates to become her party's nominee for president. Fox's Jared Halpern has more on Decision 2024.
Virtual roll call voting for Democratic delegates ends today, but Vice President Kamala Harris crossed the needed threshold last week, securing enough delegate support on Friday. The online voting caps a chaotic few weeks after President Biden abruptly ended his re-election bid and endorsed his vice president. A ceremonial vote for Harris is still expected later this month at the Democratic convention in Chicago. No other major candidate challenged her after the president's departure from the race. Democratic leaders long planned to finalize a nominee before August 7th, they say, to ensure they comply with ballot access deadlines in every state. In Washington, Jared Halpern, Fox News.
Speaking to supporters at a rally in Atlanta, Georgia, former President Trump teased a potential debate hosted by Fox News on September 4th and urged Vice President Kamala Harris to join.
We're doing one with Fox if she shows up. I don't think she's going to show up. She can't talk. She can read a teleprompter. I'd give her about a 6 on a scale of 10.
Trump said in a True Social post on Friday that he will not be attending the ABC News debate on September 10th. Meantime, Trump's federal election interference case is going back to court on August 16th. U.S. District Judge Tanya Chutkan resumed control of the case Friday after the Supreme Court issued its ruling that presidents are immune from prosecution when carrying out official acts. Chutkan issued an order on Saturday denying Trump's motion to dismiss the federal criminal charges brought by special counsel Jack Smith. Now the judge will have to decide if Trump can be prosecuted for his alleged efforts to overturn the outcome of the 2020 election. A trial in the case is not expected until after the November election. Well, Hurricane Debbie made landfall in northern Florida this morning, bringing flooding to much the western part of the state. Here's Fox's Eben Brown with the latest.
Hurricane Debbie is a Category 1 storm making landfall officially in the Florida panhandle town of Steinhatchee, but wind, rain, and storm surge is being felt as far away as Sarasota. Governor Ron DeSantis in Tallahassee says more than 140,000 power customers are without service.
I know a lot of the utilities have already restored hundreds of thousands of folks starting yesterday. We also have Starlink internet ready to deploy if that is needed.
Officials are also warning people to stay off roadways for now and continues to stay indoors until risks of flooding and tornadoes subside. In Broward County, Florida, Eben Brown, Fox News.
Funeral services start today for a 20-year-old Bexar County deputy who died in a wrong-way crash last month. Deputy Meredith Portillo died on July 21st when a pickup truck crashed head-on into her Ford Mustang on I-37. Police say the driver of the pickup died at the scene, along with one of Portillo's 2 passengers. A public viewing and a rosary for Portillo are scheduled for 4 to 8 p.m. today at Mission Park Funeral Chapel South. At 10 a.m. tomorrow, the sheriff's office is hosting a memorial service for her at Cornerstone Church. Well, Texas Senator Ted Cruz is pushing his proposed legislation called the Justice for Jocelyn Act. Cruz says the legislation is named after 12-year-old Jocelyn Nungary of Houston, who 2 illegal Venezuelan immigrants are accused of sexually assaulting and killing.
It mandates that as long as there are beds that are available and detention facilities that are available, they must keep them there, and they must do every means necessary to ensure they keep them there.
Cruz says the legislation will also require law enforcement to monitor any migrants released back into the community with an ankle monitor 24/7. Well, fire swept through a Houston condo yesterday, killing 3 children. Houston Fire Chief Tom Munoz says one person did escape the blaze.
We did have one 21-year-old that was able to get out. He made some attempts to get back in, and right now he was transported for minor injuries and smoke inhalation.
The 3 killed were all sisters, ages 8, 12, and 15. No word on the cause of the fire. The city of Austin has named Cincinnati Assistant Police Chief Lisa Davis as the city's next police chief. Davis says she believes a fresh set of eyes can help improve the operation of the Austin Police Department.
I'm coming in and I'm listening, and I'm going to look at, as far as the command staff and the senior command staff, what is your body of work? What have you done? How have you developed processes? What have you brought to the table?
Austin has been without a permanent police chief since Joseph Chacon retired last fall. Since then, Robin Henderson has been serving as interim chief. Henderson decided not to seek the permanent position. The Austin City Council is expected to vote tomorrow to make the hiring official. Well, a hearing is set for this week. Will feature testimony about the Alaska Airlines flight whose door plug blew out of the plane mid-flight.
The National Transportation Safety Board is still investigating the January incident in which Alaska Airlines Flight 1282 had to make an emergency landing after a door plug blew out of the plane while it was 16,000 feet in the air. A hearing beginning tomorrow will feature sworn testimony on the matter and will become part of the public record. The flight was scheduled to go from Portland, Oregon to Ontario International Airport in California on January 5th of this year when the incident happened. All of the 177 crew and passengers on board the Boeing 737 MAX 9 survived. 8 had minor injuries. In a preliminary report, the NTSB said 4 key bolts were missing from the door. Tanya J. Powers, Fox News.
It is 8:37. Traffic and weather together in a minute, but first we brace ourselves as we get a check of your money and the world of business. Ed Corey is live at the Bloomberg News Desk. All right, thanks, Ed. News at the top and bottom of every hour, along with breaking news as it happens. I'm Charity McCurdy. Here's traffic and weather.
San Antonio's first news. Charity McCurdy, Mr. T, Tim Merriman. I'm Chris Duell. In a moment, we'll talk about the latest we know about Hurricane Debbie, which made landfall earlier this morning during this show in Florida. We'll get into that. But first, let's check in with Joe Pags from the Joe Pags Show and another big guest, a big player from the original Trump administration on the show today. Good morning, Joe.
Good morning, Chris. Yeah, he was locked up for contempt of Congress when he said no to testifying in front of the J6 committee. He, of course, said executive privilege because he was talking with then-President Donald Trump. The committee didn't buy it. He ended up behind bars. It's Peter Navarro, the former trade boss for Donald Trump, and he knows a lot about the financial markets, which are plunging right now. I don't know why they're cratering. I'm not the expert on it. We bring him on to talk about that, plus Kay Smythe, the latest on what's going on with the Daily Caller and much more, and a whole lot more on the Joe Pags Show today at 5, right here, News Radio 1200 WOAI. Have a good morning.
You too, Joe. Have a good morning. Be here for the Joe Pags Show 5 to 8 p.m. today and every weekday right here on 1200 WOAI. Well, Charity and Mr. T, we've been covering it all morning long with experts such as Weather Channel meteorologist Ray Stajic, a national correspondent Rory O'Neill as well, who is on the ground there in Florida. Hurricane Debbie did make a landfall earlier today. It is a Category 1, but don't let that deceive you because, Charity, part of what's a huge factor here is the fact that it is now slow moving. So wherever it is over land at this time, and it will move, it is creating a potential for catastrophic flooding.
Yes, it's slow moving, as you mentioned, and they're talking potentially historic rainfall, especially in Georgia and South Carolina. There's already been high water rescues in Florida and over 200,000 power outages due to those damaging winds. So it's going to be a while, and this storm is going to stick around as it moves into Georgia and South Carolina.
And you got tornado watch issued for parts of Florida and Georgia as of 9 minutes ago. So we're looking at that as part of something else they've got to worry about: tornadoes, hurricanes, flooding. It just never stops, does it?
And what a triple whammy. First of all, a hurricane. Secondly, as you mentioned, T, tornadoes possible. And thirdly, Charity, the power outages. Yes. You know, we saw this in Houston, and it went on for several days. To have a power outage in the summer, in August in this case, you know, when temperatures, and my God, that humidity in Florida,
oh my gosh.
To be without power at a time like this for an extended period of time has got to be awful.
And, you know, I think Florida is on a national power grid, yes, unlike Texas. So I think they'll probably have better luck restoring power. But yeah, it was miserable for Houston residents. I mean, it was 2 weeks for some people before they got their power back. And of course, we're seeing the fallout from that. Governor Abbott wants, you know, to hold CenterPoint Energy accountable. But yeah, this time of year without air conditioning, I don't know how you manage. I mean, it's a life-threatening situation, especially for the elderly and very young children who have trouble regulating their internal body temperature.
Yeah, amen to that. It is just a scary situation. And going back to the tornadoes, I mean, you're thinking about a hurricane. You're thinking, okay, now it's just a tropical depression when it comes on land and it kind of goes down. But then you have to worry about tornadoes just popping up anywhere.
Yeah. And you mentioned just a tropical depression.
I know.
I'm that tight, and we've been talking about it all morning. And Weather Channel meteorologist Ray Stajic brought it up. People go, "Oh, it's a Cat 1." You know, and Rory mentioned, you know, the rule of thumb, which is not a good rule at all, is you don't worry about it unless it's a Category 3. And I just think we've been trained over the years, Charity and T, by the media. Go, Cat 1, that's nothing. It is not nothing.
No,
double negative, but it can be very, very dangerous.
Yeah, especially even if it's a tropical storm, you know, not even a hurricane. I mean, you have to be very careful and watch the forecasts because if it just sits and parks right over you, I mean, you're looking at devastating flooding.
And if your power goes out, you know, check on your neighbors. I mean, even if it goes out here in Texas, anywhere, I mean, check on your neighbors. Make sure they're okay.
Always a great idea. And as Charity mentioned at the outset, the elderly, certainly, young children are certainly at risk. And you guys have brought this up earlier this morning as well. What concerns me is the forecast coming into this hurricane season was for a higher than active intensity of hurricanes. And you mentioned we can go into late November, Charity. We still early August, we have a long way to go in hurricane season.
Oh, and it always goes past usually the end of November. But NOAA was predicting a busier, more active than usual hurricane season, which is always their prediction every year, it seems.
It seems like it.
So apparently we got 13 hurricanes predicted, 7 of which could be major ones. So it's going to be a long, long Atlantic hurricane season.
And you mentioned sometimes they go, a little bit late into November. They seem to start earlier now, too.
Yes.
So, let's just
June.
extend it to all year long.
My goodness. Well, keep it right here. We are all over the latest on Hurricane Debbie and other storm systems that will almost certainly follow in this hurricane season. Lots more coming up. We'll get you caught up on headlines, traffic, weather, and more. WOAI News Time, 846.
And we're back.
Hey, everybody.
Yeah, it's Sunday, 3:25, Cowboys-Rams, at the Rams, by the way. Followed by Saturday, August 17th, Cowboys at the Raiders. And then they close out the preseason by welcoming in the Chargers on August 24th. Then they open on September 8th against the Browns, at the Browns.
Wow.
Yeah.
Look, speaking of...
our mics are hot.
Yeah, I know. But did she say she's out the 9th of August?
No.
The Barry Manilow interview. We got to remember that.
Is she out in August? I thought it wasn't until September.
I thought she's taking one day in August.
If she is, that's when we can replay it.
Right.
Yeah. Okay, cool. If not, we'll just have to do it.
And we may want to listen to the Raw thing again.
Well, we're gonna go forward. We're gonna go past his birthday.
So, okay.
Yeah, so
okay.
we're gonna get to some of the stuff we didn't get to last time.
Okay.
No, I've got the whole thing,
Okay.
and I've got the edited version. I've got them both. But I'll go into the extended one.
All right. And speaking of which,
it's your turn to send the email.
So it's me. So, okay. You know what? And it is Giselle.
Yes.
Let me do that right now. I'm going to copy you and Charity.
We're hearing from people have not received their tickets yet. The show is on the 15th. Yeah. It's a week from this Thursday, people.
So, listeners. Copying you.
Sure.
And
Charity. And Charity McCurdy.
It's August 15th, right?
Correct. You are correct, sir. Stand by.
Okay. Just ahead of headlines, traffic, and weather together, and a lot of 100-degree days in the forecast beginning tomorrow, and could go for several days. Charity and Mr. T, I had predicted 70 days at 100 or more. I will lose that prediction, but
you're right.
It's going to get a little hot coming up.
Yeah, Friday 104, Thursday 104.
Wow.
Now they're showing Wednesday 104.
Wow. I will see you at the pool.
Yeah, that doesn't even account for the heat index. So.
And Charlie Parker's not invited, by the way, to the pool, based on something he revealed to us not long ago. Charity, what stories are you following?
Well, fresh U.S. recession fears have sparked a global market sell-off. Hundreds of thousands of power outages have been reported as Hurricane Debbie makes landfall in Florida. And VP Kamala Harris has narrowed down her list of potential running mates. We'll have the latest coming up. Right now, traffic and weather together.
Sunny skies today, tomorrow, and on Wednesday. Hot all 3 days. Upper 90s, near 100 today. 100, 101 tomorrow. Wednesday, 100, 101, 102, 103. Could be 104. It's just going to be hot. Right now, it is 80 degrees in Alamo Heights, 80 in Leon Valley, 79 right here in Stone Oak. WOAI News Time, 8:52.
San Antonio's first news. Our thanks to Andrew Zimmel and EJ Pacheco for doing the heavy technical lifting this morning. Andrew does our YouTube broadcast. If you're new to that, go to YouTube, look for 1200 WOAI. You can watch the show live, and there's also a live chat there. You can chat with other viewers and with us, because we jump into the chat and we respond on air as well. So I know I'm focused on Olympics tomorrow. France plays Canada in the knockout round of men's basketball, 11 a.m. And at 2:30 tomorrow afternoon, Team USA versus Brazil.
Correct.
But you two are more Olympic experts than I am. What's going on today? Any special Olympic events today that I must see?
I always take a look at the gymnastics. I'm following Simone Biles. She apparently fell off the beam recently. But she still had, I think, an incredible run. She's defied expectations. But other than that, I can't really get into the 3-on-3 basketball. I tried.
Especially because we suck.
Yeah, because we are not that good. We are not that good. We're done with in that one. Yeah. Today, we've got more track and field. Noah Lyles will aim for a spot in the men's 200.
Cool.
Next stage. Also, women's discus throw, which, by the way, the guy that threw the shot put, the one that won the gold medal, I can't remember his name right off the top of my head, but dude threw it 77 feet. It's 16 pounds, and he threw it 77 feet.
My God.
What the heck, man?
Yeah.
That's a bowling ball, the weight of a bowling ball, and he just tossed it that far. That's amazing.
Wow.
We also have men's water polo today.
And we're winning more medals and more golds, but we still trail China in the gold medal count.
Yeah,
I don't like that.
That's going to change because they track and field we own.
Yes.
So we'll catch up there. Yeah. So don't worry about that, Chris. It's not that big a deal. We got it covered. Okay. Cool.
So right now we have a total of 75 medals and 19 gold, but China has 21 gold.
Yeah, but we're what? 20 ahead of them in overall mode.
Yes.
We need the gold though. China, you're going down. I want to dominate all categories because we're America.
Yeah, well, yeah.
America.
We won golf, of course.
Yeah,
we did.
We should.
Scotty Scheffler ended up winning the gold there. That's good. That's good.
Yes.
Yeah, so I mean, archery. Yesterday, I saw the archery guy was doing good for the United States. So we're going to pick up some more golds. Don't worry about it, Chris. We got it covered.
And just give me the gold medal basketball game, Team USA versus Victor Wembanyama.
Not to mention the women are doing really well.
Yes.
They're in the knockout stage as well, and they're undefeated. So we're looking good. There's 2 more goals right there that are possible.
I feel good.
Okay.
Just like James Brown. I feel good. I knew that I would now. We will reconvene tomorrow at 5 a.m. Keep it here for the latest on Hurricane Debbie. In fact, Charity will have that and other big stories right here at the top of the hour, then the Glenn Beck program. But right now, your Sean Hannity Morning Minute. Say goodbye to the people.
Everybody have a great day. We'll see you mañana.
Kay, Jacob, Travis, Jacob C. Hernandez, we will see you later. Sleepy and Grumpy Old Fart.
Yeah, Charlie's back again?
No, this is the other Grumpy Old Fart.
Okay, sorry. Every time you say that, I'm just thinking. All right.
Y'all have a good Monday.
Later.